Chapter 740. A day quickly passed and Nong Zitian opened his eyes and looked around. The flames were still burning and the temperature around them was still high. He couldn't help but ask, "Hey, it's been a day. Why hasn't the fire extinguished yet?" "I didn't do it, so how would I know?" Lu Yin replied. Nong Zitian was stunned and then he raged, "You're messing with me." Lu Yin growled, "Shut up." Nong Zitian was furious and he wanted to kick this bastard, but he decided against it. Because he had absorbed star energy, a small storm had formed around him, and the high temperature had been greatly reduced. Nong Zitian didn't dare to move as he was afraid that the storm would disappear and he would be burnt to a crisp. He could only grit his teeth and continue waiting. Another 3 days passed, but the flames still hadn't extinguished. All that could be seen from outside the furnace was darkness, as the void had been isolated. Nong Zitian was now worried that even if the flames were extinguished, they wouldn't be able to leave. The only way was to endure until the time limit was up, then disappear and leave the Daoist sect ruins. However, he calculated that there were still 12 days left before the time limit was up. Could he endure for 12 days? He wasn't sure, so he looked at Lu Yin and rubbed his eyes. Was he seeing things? This guy seemed to be smiling. Nong Zitian wasn't seeing things as Lu Yin was indeed smiling. In just 4 days he had absorbed the amount of star energy that would normally have taken him several years to absorb, and his speed was still increasing. This was unimaginable as his star energy absorption speed was already dozens of times faster than a normal person's. Now his current speed could no longer be considered fast. It was as if the star energy was pouring into his body like an avalanche. Based on his current speed, it should be 600 times faster than Lu Yin's serious art. In other words, Lu Yin's current speed could only be achieved by revolving more than 40,000 stars, which was 40,000 times faster than a normal cultivator's speed. 40,000 times. Lu Yin didn't even know if the serious art could allow him to revolve more than 40,000 stars. This speed was definitely the best among his peers, but it was only for this moment. Once he left the furnace, there would be no flame to burn his natural treasures, and his speed would recover. Even if there was a flame, it would be useless if he didn't have enough natural treasures. Lu Yin's eyes suddenly opened and they lit up. He felt like he had discovered a shortcut to increasing his strength. Other people might lack natural treasures, but would he? Impossible. With the Daoist 3 Enhance, any plant with spirituality could be upgraded to a level where it could avoid danger. Coupled with the high temperature of the flames and placed in a sealed environment, it was completely possible to recreate a similar cultivation scene, increasing one's cultivation speed by 10,000 times. Lu Yin's breathing quickened at the thought of this. He did not want to train slowly. Even if the serious art could increase his training speed by 100 times, it would still be far slower than his current training speed. That's right, that's what I'll do. After I leave, I'll speed up my search for natural treasures. Hey, how much longer until the flames extinguish? Nong Zitian hurriedly asked when he saw Lu Yin open his eyes. Lu Yin casually replied, "Ask it yourself." Nong Zitian choked on his words. He felt that this guy was rather despicable. First he had snatched his hoe, then followed him here. Not only that, he was even teasing him now. Was this the time for jokes? While Nong Zitian was sulking, Lu Yin was at a loss. He had forgotten that with the strength of his physical body, it would not be easy for him to find a flame that could threaten him. The reason he could absorb star energy so quickly was related to this flame, which had been left behind by an ancient powerhouse. Normal flames would not be able to threaten him, and they would not be able to burn natural treasures. They would also not be able to isolate the void. This was troublesome as he still had to find this flame. Mr. Bai returned from outside the furnace. His clothes were neat and tidy as if he had not fought at all. He looked at the furnace that had been isolated from the void, and a look of pity appeared in his eyes. Even he did not dare to come into contact with such a flame, as those two were definitely dead. Deaf-mute brother, farewell. What a pity. Mr. Bai then shook his head and left. It was unknown whether he felt pity for Lu Yin or for the many natural treasures that had been wasted. There were many natural treasures within the furnace, and there was also a lot of star energy that appeared after being burned. Even with Lu Yin's speed of absorption, he still could not completely absorb all of it. Some of it was absorbed by Nong Zitian, forming a storm that isolated him from the high temperature, allowing him to survive within the furnace. This continued for 10 days, and the storm of star energy around Nong Zitian's body gradually shrank. Nong Zitian panicked. Hey, slow down. You've taken all of it. Lu Yin opened his eyes and glanced at him. You've gained quite a bit, haven't you? Not a bit, my ass. I don't want that sort of gain. Slow down a bit and don't take all of the star energy. Nong Zitian hurriedly retorted. Lu Yin did not want to harm Nong Zitian. Although this person was from the sixth mainland, Lu Yin always felt that this person was his lucky star. Every time he saw Nong Zitian, something good would happen. Thus, Lu Yin slowed down his absorption speed. Nong Zitian's storm of star energy continued for another 2 days. After 2 days he laughed maniacally. Time's almost up, so I'll be leaving first. Thank you, big brother. Without your reminder I would have been reduced to ashes a long time ago. I hope that you can leave as soon as possible. He then disappeared and left the ruins of the Daoist sect. When he saw Nong Zitian leave, Lu Yin sighed. His eyes grew cold and he began to absorb the remaining star energy at full speed. He only had 2 days left before he would be able to leave this place. As Lu Yin absorbed at full speed, the storm around his body grew even stronger. All of the star energy within the furnace's space gathered and poured into his body. He was like a monster that was madly devouring star energy. When an ordinary person broke through to the explorer realm, they would need to use up more than 100 star essence to circulate their star energy, which was the equivalent of 10 million star crystals. Lu Yin, on the other hand, needed 20,000 star essence, which was 200 times more than an ordinary person. It would take him a very long time to complete a single cycle, and it would take him even longer than an ordinary cultivator. However, at this moment, with such a terrifying absorption speed, he had completed a single cycle in less than 10 days. When he completed a complete cycle, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes. Surging star energy swept out in all directions, causing the void around him to become unstable. The amount of star energy within his body had even surpassed that of an ordinary hunter. Unless an enlighter intervened, even a hunter would not be able to suppress him in terms of star energy. In fact, they might even be suppressed by him. This was the benefit of having more star energy. The more star energy one could circulate, the longer it would take to complete a cycle. However, at the same time one's strength would also increase. At this moment, Lu Yin did not need to use his universal armor, the secret art, or even the dream finger to fight against an ordinary hunter. Generally speaking, a normal person's power level would increase by 10,000 after completing a single cycle. Correspondingly, if one wanted to complete a second cycle, they would need twice as much star energy and time. This was the same for Lu Yin. If he wanted to complete a second cycle, he would need twice as much star energy and time as the first. Lu Yin exhaled. If he wanted to complete a second cycle, even with Sirius's 100-fold absorption speed, it would still take him several decades. He could not afford to wait that long. After the second cycle there would be a third, and he would only be able to complete his 9th cycle when he broke through to the hunter realm. Above the hunter realm he would still need to absorb star energy to complete a cycle, and it would be the same when he became an enlighter. This was a level of unlimited cultivation, and if he continued to absorb star energy at a 100-fold rate he would not be able to live long enough. He needed to find another method, such as a powerful flame. The scene in front of him suddenly blurred and the time was up. Lu Yin relaxed as he had not died, but it was a pity. If he had stayed here for a while longer and absorbed all of the star energy from the natural treasures, he might have been able to close in on completing his second cycle. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin returned to a secret room in King Zishan's palace. He cut a sorry figure as not only were his clothes gone, but his skin had also been charred black by the flames, and there were even some burn marks in some places. The pike, the Enneatic wings, and the void thunderbeast's flesh that he had brought with him were all gone. He did not know if this trip had been worth it, but it had definitely left a deep impression. After experiencing 2 near-death situations, Lu Yin decided that he would not return for the time being. Regardless of whether he ran into the 10 arbiters or the Realmlings, he would not be able to fight back unless he was absolutely certain that he could escape from them. During this time Zhao Ran was very vexed. She had been living in King Zishan's palace and every day was very leisurely. His Highness did not show up much and she did not need to do anything. However, ever since the Great Eastern Alliance had been established she had been very busy. Congratulatory gifts had been sent to King Zishan's palace from all over the universe. These gifts were not for the Great Yu Empire but specifically for His Highness. Thus there was a problem. There were so many congratulatory gifts that the storeroom could not hold them all. If it were just these gifts, she could slowly sort them out. However, the annoying part was that she would often forget things halfway through and then have to start over again. Along the way, new gifts would constantly be sent to her. Zhou Ran was very depressed as it was so difficult to sort them out. Right, couldn't she just have His Highness spend some of the gifts? Zhou Ran's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly jogged to the living room to wait for His Highness. Not long after, Lu Yin sent Gavin to King Zishan's palace to ask about the cooperation with the Nalan family over the past half a month. Zhou Ran was already waiting in the living room and she wanted to say something. Lu Yin found it funny. "Zhou Ran, is something the matter?" Zhou Ran nodded and looked at Lu Yin with wide eyes. Just as she was about to speak, her gaze suddenly became confused. "Who are you?" Lu Yin was speechless. After a while, Zhou Ran looked at the piece of paper that she had placed in front of her chest and suddenly remembered. "Ah, His Highness, you've come out of seclusion." Lu Yin nodded. "Zhou Ran, amnesia is an illness. Has it been treated?" "I'm out of stock and there's no way to treat it," Zhou Ran answered seriously. Lu Yin actually had no way to refute this. "All right. What did you want to talk about?" Zhou Ran thought about it. "Oh right. I remember now. The storeroom is full." "The storeroom is full?" Lu Yin did not understand. Zhou Ran nodded. "Many people have sent congratulatory gifts to His Highness, so the storeroom is full. It's not easy to sort them out. You should spend some of them." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Right, he had forgotten that many powers that did not belong to the Great Eastern Alliance had sent congratulatory gifts during this period of time, including Shamrock Enterprises, Endless Borders and so on. These gifts had been piled up in the storeroom and had not been touched. Lu Yin felt an itch in his heart. Previously he had rolled 6 pips on his die and he had spent more than 100,000 star essence in one go. He had been worried about not having enough money, but now that he had discovered a way to rapidly absorb star energy, he needed a large number of natural treasures. His lack of money had become even more severe. "Go. Show me around." Zhou Ran hurriedly led the way. She was very happy as she finally did not have to tidy up the storeroom every day. Chapter 741. Large families usually did not store their treasures in cosmic rings, as it was too inconvenient. Opening a cosmic ring required a specific person's blood, and if the family encountered an emergency and that person was not present, then it would be troublesome. If that person's blood was stored in the warehouse, then it might cause other problems. There were many strange battle techniques and innate gifts in the universe, and no one could guarantee that no one could influence the owner of that blood. Thus, no family would store their treasures in cosmic rings. They would rather occupy space and hire experts to protect them. King Zishan's palace was huge, but there were only 3 people in it: Lu Yin, Zhou Ran and Kaze. Gavin and the others had asked Lu Yin many times to add more guards and maids to King Zishan's palace, but Lu Yin had rejected them all. He had many secrets that could not be exposed and having too many people around would be troublesome. Besides, Zhou Ran was enough even if she was unreliable. King Zishan's warehouse was located in the northeast corner, and it took up quite a bit of space. There were no guards and there was no need for any. It was just like the palace, with the 13 imperial squadrons patrolling the perimeter. Lu Yin had no qualms about stealing anything from King Zishan's palace. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he saw the inventory list that Zhou Ran had compiled. There were all sorts of precious items such as antiques, paintings, letters from predecessors, exquisite tools, carvings and so on. Of course, there were also star crystals and star essence, but there were not many of them as very few people would directly give them away. What surprised Lu Yin the most was an astral route map that Endless Borders had sent over. It depicted a region in the Eastern Weave that had yet to be developed. If one followed this route from Frostwave Weave to Vast Earth Weave, they would save a lot of time. This astral route map was a priceless treasure, and one should not underestimate the time it saved as it would save a lot of money. If this route map was auctioned off, countless transportation companies would be willing to pay an astronomical price for it. Endless Borders was truly generous, and Lu Yin directly sent the route map to Gavin for him to use. Endless Borders had given Lu Yin a pleasant surprise, And Shamrock Enterprises was not bad either, as they had sent over 10 glowing natural treasures. Although they could not compare to the natural treasures in the Daoist Sex ruins, they were still very rare, and they were at least 10,000 years old. The Naylan family was very direct and they gave Lu Yin a Mavis Bank card. Madame Naylan understood Lu Yin too well, and she knew that giving him money would make him happier than anything else. In fact, she wasn't wrong, as Lu Yin was very happy now that he had money. Many forces had sent congratulatory gifts. Some of them were close to the Great Eastern Alliance while others were hostile. Even the Wei family of Armament Weave had sent congratulatory gifts. Although these gifts weren't particularly precious, they still represented the Wei family's sincerity. Wei Rong was a person with lofty ambitions and he would never do anything short-sighted. Lu Yin saw the Amethyst Trading Company's name on the list of gifts. They were giving 5% of Xenu Star's profits to King Zishan's palace. This was interesting. Lu Yin looked at the Amethyst Trading Company's logo. This was equivalent to giving him free shares. Looking at the bottom of the Amethyst Trading Company's list of gifts, there was a name, Xianxia. The Amethyst Company was one of the Outerverse's 4 major corporations. On the surface they were a chain of businesses that spanned across the 72 weaves of the Outerverse, but in reality, they were the Outerverse's largest intelligence organization, and they were not as simple as they appeared to be. Lu Yin did not know why they were giving him free shares, but it seemed that he should find some time to meet this Xianxia. Of the Outerverse's 4 major corporations, 3 had sent gifts, and only Aegis had not done anything. Lu Yin did not mind as he had never interacted with Aegis before. However, Aegis seemed to have a close relationship with Wei Rong, so it was hard to say whether they would be friends or foes in the future. Lu Yin wanted to exchange most of the items in the warehouse for money, but at that moment, Gavin arrived. "Your Highness." Lu Yin grunted and then turned to look at Gavin. "How's the cooperation with the Naylan family going?" Gavin smiled. "Everything is going well. Ever since the Second Imperial Squadron investigated many of the Empire's powerful officials, many of the businesses that we worked with the Naylan family were handed over to private enterprises. This has boosted the Empire's employment rate, and at the same time, we've improved our services and gotten rid of the bad practices. The Empire's economy is now thriving and we've completely recovered." Lu Yin nodded and smiled. "Then shouldn't the Empire return the money to me?" Gavin looked embarrassed. Your Highness, the Treasury doesn't have that much money right now. Can you wait for a while?" Lu Yin was only joking, but he had not forgotten that the Empire still owed him 50,000 star essence. This was not a small sum and he had become the Great Yu Empire's biggest creditor. "Alright, I've called you here for something else." He then tossed the inventory list over to Gavin. "Sell everything on this list for some money. Convert everything into star essence and then purchase more natural treasures. The more the better." Gavin glanced at it. "Your Highness, exchanging for star essence is rather difficult. Look for the Mavis Bank. They have some in stock," Lu Yin said. Star essence was almost non-existent in the Outerverse, and everyone traded in star crystals. For example, the 9-stack sect had plenty of star crystals, but very few star essence. The Mavis Bank was an exception. They did not exchange star essence for external transactions, but they did have some. Lu Yin knew that there were very few people who could directly exchange for star essence from the Mavis Bank, and he was one of them. "Your Highness, the Central Weaves Mavis Bank has run into trouble recently. Someone started a rumor that the Mavis Bank's inventory has been depleted, and they can no longer exchange for star crystals. Thus, many people have withdrawn their savings, causing the Central Weaves Mavis Bank to constantly transfer their inventory from the surrounding weaves. Their inventory has also been robbed along the way or met with accidents. The bank is currently in a terrible state." Lu Yin was shocked. "I remember that something similar happened in the Frostwave Weave before. Someone started a rumor, and the Mavis Bank also managed to survive by transferring resources from the various branches. Can they not hold on this time?" Gavin replied, "I'm not sure. The Mavis Bank has a very deep foundation, so they might or might not be able to hold on. This time it's not just one weave that's facing problems but rather more than 10 weaves. Furthermore, they've been robbed along the way. News that the Mavis Bank is about to go bankrupt is spreading everywhere and many people believe it." "The Central Weave?" Lu Yin muttered to himself. It couldn't have been Wei Rong, right? That would be too fast. He had just dealt with the Lockbreaker Society and now he had to deal with the Mavis Bank. Could he handle it? The Mavis Bank was not the Lockbreaker Society. The Lockbreaker Society's greatest pillar had been Jeffrey, and he had been trapped in the Innerverse, which had led to the collapse of the Lockbreaker Society. If Wei Rong treated the Mavis Bank as the Lockbreaker Society without Jeffrey, then the Lockbreaker Society would be in trouble. However, Lu Yin felt that it might not have been Wei Rong who had acted as he was not that anxious. How about this? Contact Shamrock Enterprises and use these items to exchange for their natural treasures, Lu Yin said. Gavin was put in a difficult position. Most of the items on the list were paintings by famous masters and manuscripts by famous people. Would the Lockbreaker Society accept these items? However, Lu Yin had given the order, so he had no choice but to comply. If the Lockbreaker Society did not accept these items, then he would have to think of a way to sell them to collectors and exchange them for money to buy from Shamrock Enterprises. However, Shamrock Enterprises did not seem to sell natural treasures. They only sold medicine. Speaking of natural treasures, Lu Yin thought of Bushtree Planet. It was also this planet that had caused his falling out with Puyu. Bushtree Planet was located in the Wuri Weave, and it was a peculiar planet. All of the planet's water resources were hidden underground, and there were no animals, only plants. There were also many natural treasures, but it was a pity that these natural treasures only had a lifespan of 10 years, and they would wither after 10 years. Thus, to most cultivators, natural treasures that had a lifespan of 10 years were useless. Even if they were taken away, they would still wither after 10 years. Only a few young cultivators could use them, which was why Bushtree Planet had been designated as a training ground by Darkstar Gorge. Ever since Lu Yin had chased Darkstar Gorge away, he had been keeping an eye on Bushtree Planet, and he had not allowed anyone to train there. He had always wanted to find some time to take a look, and now was the time. If he could use the natural treasures of this planet to cultivate, then it would be perfect. A few days later, Lu Yin left Xenu Star and took a spacecraft directly to Wuri Weave. Wuri Weave and Dark Mist Weave shared a common border. But because Wuri Weave did not have any leading powers, if Lu Yin wanted to pull Wuri Weave into the Great Eastern Alliance, he would have to pull in all of the hundreds of internal powers. Furthermore, these powers did not have any information that Mafioso Planet could use against them, so it would be rather troublesome. Thus, Lu Yin had initially excluded Wuri Weave. However, Wuri Weave was still a part of the Eastern Weave, and it had to join the Great Eastern Alliance. There were far more than 8 weaves in the Eastern Weaves, and the remaining weaves had to be pulled in one by one. Inya had been dealing with these matters recently, but it was not easy, especially since Wei Rong might cause trouble. Sometimes things could not be done in the same way, and it took time to find the correct method. Just like the current Great Eastern Alliance, if not for Mafioso Planet's secrets, it would have been very difficult for Lu Yin to establish it. This was the method. There were also methods for the remaining weaves, but he had not found them yet. Lu Yin believed that he would find them one day. He recited the Stonewall scriptures for a while and checked the route. There was still an hour before he would reach Bushtree Planet. Lu Yin thought for a moment and then activated his gadget to check Peach and the others' resumes. Luing Zishan's encounter had always been a thorn in Lu Yin's heart. Where had that ball of light come from? It seemed to have its own consciousness, and it should have been forcefully fused with Luing Zishan's body by some powerhouse. Even Luing Zishan herself did not know about it. Lu Yin had a suspicion that it might have been the work of someone from the Yu bloodline. If Luing Zishan had encountered such an encounter, then what about Peach, the blind monk, and the others? Lu Yin had been monitoring the captains over the past few days, but he had not discovered anything similar to what had happened to Luing Zishan. However, he still felt uneasy, and so he casually flipped through the captains' resumes. After a while, he discovered a strange phenomenon. These captains all came from different weaves. He had originally thought that the captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons were all from Frostwave Weave, as someone had told him this before. However, after using his authority as the Royal Regent to flip through the captains' resumes, he discovered that this was not the case. Peach was from Motor Weave, Shalosh was from Myriad Veil Weave, the Blind Monk was from Grand Forest Weave, and Banjia was from Future Weave. Even the captains who had already died were not from Frostwave Weave. Only Huaqing Shan and Rocky Ona were from Frostwave Weave. This was very strange. Where had Undying Yushan brought these people over? The weaves that these captains had been born in covered nearly half of the eastern weaves, and there were a few that Lu Yin had never heard of before. Chapter 742. Lu Yin had assumed that the captain's strength was due to Undying Yushan's teachings, but now it seemed that they were not simple at all. Undying Yushan had the Yu bloodline's battle techniques, so why hadn't he taught them to the cultivators of Frostwave Weave? Lu Yin felt that something was off. There was definitely something wrong, but he couldn't figure out what the problem was. He had originally thought that Undying Yushan was just an unlucky genius who had fallen, but after Ku Wei's words and Aiden's words, Lu Yin realized that Undying Yushan was not as simple as he seemed. However, he still couldn't find any proof that Undying Yushan was still alive. Aiden's words and the sourcebox array found in the palace were not enough to prove that Undying Yushan was still alive. At most, they could prove that the Yu bloodline still existed. The Yu bloodline? Lu Yin muttered to himself. This was troublesome. The higher one's status, the closer one could get to certain truths, and the more troubles one would have. However, Lu Yin's eyes were bright, and there were many interesting things to look forward to. Bushtree Planet was not very big and was about the same size as Earth. The only difference was that Earth was blue while Bushtree Planet was pure green, so green that it was strange. The Outerverse Youth Council had sent people to monitor Bushtree Planet. Although the Youth Council had declined and did not have much power, there were still some places that were under their control, and Bushtree Planet was one of those places. Lu Yin revealed his identity before entering. There was a loud thump as the spacecraft crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Lu Yin walked out of the spacecraft, and the fresh air that greeted him made him feel comfortable. However, the smell was not pleasant as it was too vegetal and had a fishy smell. The soil was moist as Bushtree Planet's water flow was hidden underground, causing the entire planet's surface to be wet. This planet's surface area was much larger than Earth's. Most of Earth's surface area was ocean, but this planet was completely covered in vegetation. There were carnivorous plants and all sorts of strange plants, and the plants here formed their own ecosystem. Before arriving, Lu Yin had read up on many introductions to Bushtree Planet. He crouched down and touched the soil, using his palm to crush the ground and spray water into the sky. The air was normal, the water was normal, and the soil was normal. Everything was normal, but the plants on this planet were abnormal. Ordinary plants were fine, but natural treasures would wither after 10 years. Lu Yin released his domain and he saw quite a few natural treasures. The biggest difference between natural treasures and ordinary plants was their ability to absorb star energy. Ordinary plants couldn't absorb star energy, but natural treasures could. Of course, there were also natural treasures that didn't absorb star energy, but any plant that could absorb star energy was a natural treasure and had its own unique effects. Half a day later, Lu Yin exhaled. He had seen no less than 100 natural treasures, but it was a pity that they were all too young. If only they were at least 10,000 years old, then they would be of great use to cultivators below the explorer realm. But if that was the case, this planet would have been snatched up long ago. There was a whoosh as the ground cracked open, and a strange attack enveloped Lu Yin from below. He casually waved his hand, causing a plant underground to shatter and explode, causing green liquid to splatter everywhere. This planet had a lot of aggressive plants, which was one of the reasons why it could become a trial planet. 7th Bro, this planet is useless to you. Natural treasures that are less than 10 years old are no different from weeds. Even if this planet changes, these natural treasures can grow indefinitely, and you don't have that long of a lifespan. Say these natural treasures can't be more than 10 years old, but what about their medicinal effects? If there's a way to accelerate their growth, will they still wither? Lu Yin asked. The monkey replied, probably not. I just saw some natural treasures with medicinal effects that are more than 10 years old. As long as they're less than 10 years old, they should be fine. Lu Yin thought the same, but thinking about it was one thing. He still needed to test it out. He blocked the monkey and raised his hand, causing his die to appear. It had been almost a month since he had last rolled it on Shenwu continent, so he could roll it now. He was afraid that he would roll 6 pips, so he placed his cosmic ring to the side and tapped it. The die slowly spun before stopping. His luck was extremely good and he rolled 3 pips. Lu Yin was excited as his bad luck was about to come to an end. 2 screens appeared and it was a familiar scene. Lu Yin plucked a natural treasure and tossed it onto the screen, followed by a cube of star essence. Suddenly he paused and his expression changed as he stared blankly at the screen. He seemed to have made a mistake. The natural treasures in the Daoist ruins had been able to produce so much star energy because they had been absorbing it for a long time. Only after they had been burned would they produce a boundless sea of star energy. But what about these natural treasures? His dye's 3 pips could only increase the medicinal effects, and as for star energy, that would take time to absorb. Even if he could increase these natural treasures to the point where they could avoid danger, it would be useless as they would not be able to absorb a huge amount of star energy. Even if they were burned, they would only produce medicinal effects but not star energy. Lu Yin felt helpless as shortcuts were not easy to take. Bushtree Planet could not be used as a cheating tool for his cultivation. His only consolation was that the natural treasures here were just as he had guessed. As long as they were not old enough, they would not wither even if their medicinal effects were more than 10 years old. Even if they could not help him rapidly increase his power, they would still be of great help. After looking around, he found quite a few natural treasures, but he did not know what they were used for. His dye's 3 pips were still on and he could not remove the monkey's barrier. Helpless, he looked for some natural treasures that seemed gentler to increase his strength. The white fruit that had been filled with vitality had been upgraded to the point where it could avoid danger. And the natural treasures that Lu Yin had given Ming Zhaoxu had also consumed 100 star essence. Most of the natural treasures that Lu Yin had given Ming Zhaoxu had consumed 100 star essence as well. Lu Yin upgraded the 22 natural treasures to the point where they could avoid danger, stored them in his cosmic ring and then left Bushtree Planet. He would return to this place in the future, and he did not know how many years the 22 natural treasures that he had taken from this place had been growing for. Some of them might even be close to 10 years old, so he had to use them as soon as possible. In the darkness of outer space, meteorites occasionally streaked past. Some smashed into planets, and the friction with the atmosphere caused the meteorites to burn red. Others continued to fly out into the boundless universe, and no one knew how far they would fly. One giant meteorite flew towards the north at an extremely fast speed, and no one knew where it had come from or how it had started flying. The meteorite was very large, even larger than an ordinary planet. At this speed, if it crashed into any planet, that planet would collapse. Suddenly, the giant meteorite split open in the middle and then split into 2. An astral beast let out an eagle's cry as it appeared on the other side of the meteorite. It waved its claws, and the star energy it generated pushed the 2 halves of the meteorite apart, causing them to fly off in opposite directions. This astral beast looked like an eagle, but it had 2 heads. Its eyes were like lightning and it was extremely fast. Every time its wings flapped, the void would ripple. This was an astral beast with a power level of over 100,000. In the Outerverse, there were not many astral beasts with such strength, especially in the Eastern Weaves. Such strength was enough to dominate an entire region. However, at this moment this astral beast was in an extremely sorry state. Large amounts of blood flowed from its abdomen, and one of its wings was broken. Several of its sharp claws, which should have been terrifying, had been broken as well. Fear flashed through its eyes as it rushed off in a certain direction. No, don't go there. That's Frostwave Weave. There was a person on the beast's back. His face was pale and half of his body was covered in blood. It was obvious that he had been severely injured. The beast let out a cry as if asking where to go. The person weakly lay on the beast's back. East. Fly east. The giant beast turned around and flew toward the east. After an unknown amount of time, the beast seemed to be unable to withstand its injuries, and it let out a mournful cry before crashing towards a planet. The people on the planet looked up at the sky only to see a huge object crashing down. Caused a huge panic. The astral beast crashed into the planet's ocean, causing a tsunami that flooded the coastal areas and killed many people. This planet had only just begun to develop its technology, so it had never encountered such a terrifying astral beast before. Fortunately, there was an even more powerful civilization monitoring the planet, and they took the heavily injured astral beast and the person on its back away. All that was left behind on this planet was a legend. In outer space, an Aurora spacecraft headed towards Xenu Star. Lu Yin sat in the spacecraft and silently recited the Stonewall scriptures as he pondered his next steps. If he wanted to completely simulate the 99 stars of the Sirius art, then unlocking source boxes was the fastest way to do so. Only by perfectly circulating the serious art could he increase the speed at which he absorbed star energy. Other than that, there was also battle force domains, battle techniques, and so on. He seemed to have grasped too many things, and the Great Yu Empire had many things to do as well. It was no wonder why so many cultivators ignored worldly matters and focused on cultivation. However, because of his innate gift, the more resources he had, the faster he could improve. This was something that could not be helped. He had to earn as much money as he could when he returned, and he had to try his dyes enhance frequently. The Sky Beast Claw had given him a taste of its sweetness, and perhaps the next person he fused with would give him an even greater benefit. Right, it was not impossible for him to fuse with a disciple from the Sirius sect. With his strength, the disciple he fused with would definitely not be weak. Even if he did not become a top disciple, he would still be one of the top disciples. Lu Yin was still confident in this. So what if the Neoverse was powerful? He was confident that he would be as close to invincible as he had been when he was a Limiter. Beep 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 beep. His gadget beeped. Lu Yin looked over and was surprised to find that it was Tianming. Ever since Tianming had been treated as a puppet and placed in Grand Topweave's 9-stack sect, the two had rarely contacted each other. Tianming would only report to Huan Sha or Enya if something happened, and he would not contact Lu Yin directly. He accepted the call. "What is it?" Lu Yin asked. Tianming's solemn voice came from the other end. "Your Highness, Anfield is currently at the 9-stack sect and is heavily injured." Anfield? Lu Yin felt like he had heard this name before. Anfield is a hunter from the Innerverse Beast Tamers Flow Zone's 2nd grade hall, and he participated in the Astral Wilderness. He also participated in Iron Blood Weave's battle at Planet P, Tianming reminded him. Chapter 743. Lu Yin suddenly remembered that this person was from the 2nd grade hall. "Why is he with you?" "I've questioned him, and Anfield said that he was injured by someone from Aegis. If not for his tamed beast speed, he would already be dead," Tianming said. Lu Yin raised a brow. "Aegis?" "Yes. The 2nd grade hall has occupied North Castle Weave's Greatsword Dynasty ever since the battle on planet Pyrolite began. Over the past few days, someone from the Greatsword Dynasty paid a huge price to hire Aegis to slaughter them all and reclaim the Greatsword Dynasty. That person is called Ding Xing," Tianming said. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "I see. Do you know who Aegis sent to the Greatsword Dynasty?" "Anfield told me that it was a hunter, 3 cruisers and 10 explorers." Lu Yin was puzzled. "Aegis hunters can injure Anfield? I want to talk to Anfield." Ahem, Anfield," a weak voice answered. Lu Yin asked coldly, "Tell me the details." Anfield stuttered, Aegis hunter, and he's an expert with a power level of 150,000. Furthermore, Aegis didn't fight us head-on. They poisoned the air and assassinated us." Anfield did not say much, and the entire process had been brief. However, what Lu Yin saw was a gory scene. Aegis had used the most despicable method to slaughter the entire 2nd grade hall without any hesitation. If the Innerverse and Outerverse had not been separated, and if the 2nd grade hall's enlighter Karthika had not died, Aegis would not have dared to do such a thing. But now Aegis was acting without restraint. Anfield was filled with resentment towards Lu Yin. If not for Lu Yin, Karthika would not have died and they would not have ended up like this. An enlighter could have turned them into predators instead of victims. This was also the reason why Anfield had not gone to Frostwave Weave after being injured. He was afraid that Aegis would kill him, but he was even more afraid that Lu Yin would kill him. "According to what you're saying, Aegis is more like a killer," Lu Yin said. Anfield replied, "A professional killer." Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement and then gave Tianming a few instructions. Just as he was about to hang up, he suddenly thought of something and blocked the monkey. He then asked Anfield, "How did you manage to subdue your tamed beasts? Has there ever been a tamed beast that was afraid of death and automatically fused into a human's body?" Anfield was surprised. "I've never heard of it before. Our Beast Tamer's Flow Zone has a beast taming technique that allows one to imprint a beast within their body." "Are there really no giant beasts that have integrated into their bodies on their own? For example, what if the giant beast has mastered the beast taming technique?" Anfield replied, "I've never heard of an astral beast being able to use a human's technique, and it's impossible for a human to cultivate an astral beast's technique. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Soon the call ended. Lu Yin glanced at his right arm. Could the monkey really control a beast-taming technique? Back then, Anfield had said that it had used the beast-taming technique to brand itself into Lu Yin's body and become his tamed beast. Logically speaking, that should have been true, as Lu Yin should have been able to control Anfield's movements and could have killed it at any time. However, Anfield's words had left him confused. Either the monkey had lied to him or Anfield had lied to him. Of course, there was also the possibility that Anfield did not know. Lu Yin sighed. No matter what, he would need to ask a stronger expert from the Beast Tamer's flow zone if he wanted to imprint something. Anfield was only an early hunter and did not have much contact with the Beast Tamer's flow zone. Furthermore, he was only from the second grade hall. The top power in the Beast Tamer's flow zone was the divine grade hall, and perhaps even Kwang Wang knew more than Anfield. Lu Yin decided not to think about the monkey for now, as he needed to consider North Castle Weave and Aegis. Ding Xing had actually asked Aegis for help, so where had he gotten the money? He must have paid the price with the Great Sword Dynasty's treasure trove. That treasure trove had originally been given to Lu Yin, but Lu Yin had not helped Ding Xing expel the second Great Hall. Thus, Ding Xing had given up on the Great Yu Empire and sought out Aegis instead. However, Lu Yin had sent people to monitor Ding Xing and not allow him to leave. This was to prevent him from seeking outside help. Lu Yin contacted Xenu Star and found out that the person who had been monitoring Ding Xing had been injured. His face sank. How bold. Lu Yin felt as if something that belonged to him had been stolen. More importantly, Ding Xing was an important person who had allowed North Castle Weave to join the Great Eastern Alliance. The Great Sword Dynasty was the top power in North Castle Weave, and as long as Lu Yin controlled Ding Xing and helped him restore the Great Sword Dynasty, Lu Yin would not have to worry about North Castle Weave not joining the Great Eastern Alliance. But now, Ding Xing had been intercepted by Aegis. This was not only a loss of wealth, but also a loss to his entire plan. Lu Yin could not allow such a loss to occur. He immediately contacted Yan Yan and ordered the 7th Imperial Squadron to head to North Castle Weave's Great Sword Dynasty and bring Ding Xing back for questioning. Ding Xing's crime was to injure an Imperial cultivator. At the same time, Lu Yin also warned Yan Yan to be on guard, as Aegis methods were shady. Of course, Lu Yin was not too worried. With Yan Yan's strength, if he could not deal with the people from Aegis and North Castle Weave, then there was no need for him to compete with Aegis. Wei Rong was rather busy during this period. On one hand, he had to think of ways to cause trouble in the Great Eastern Alliance, and on the other, he had to contact a central weave to establish an alliance to resist the Great Eastern Alliance. He also had to prevent Source Peak Weave from being pulled away by Lu Yin. Even with his abilities, he felt overwhelmed. However, he received some good news today. Aegis had actually gone to a weave in the east and had been hired by North Castle Weave's Great Sword Dynasty. Wei Rong was very cautious in his actions. Since he was destined to become Lu Yin's enemy, he had already investigated many things regarding the Great Yu Empire, including the Great Sword Dynasty's request for assistance from the Great Yu Empire. He had taken note of this matter and wanted to use it to make a fuss, but who would have thought that Aegis would actually intervene? Aegis and Lu Yin definitely did not have any enmity, but Aegis was tyrannical in its actions, especially since the inner-verse and outer-verse had been separated, which made Aegis even more unbridled. Lu Yin was just as tyrannical, and he was the type who refused to suffer losses. Aegis had stolen something from the Great Sword Dynasty from Lu Yin's hands, and a conflict had already formed between the two sides. There would be a good show to watch soon. "Young master, should we do something?" A figure appeared behind Wei Rong and asked in a low voice. Wei Rong smiled. "There's no need. Aegis is incompatible with Lu Yin and there's no need for us to act. They will naturally become enemies." North Castle Weave was located to the north of Frostwave Weave. Before the battle on planet Pyrolite, North Castle Weave had been very prosperous. Anyone from the innerverse or outerverse who wanted to explore the astral wilderness from the east would have to pass through North Castle Weave, and these people had brought great wealth to North Castle Weave. However, after the battle on planet Pyrolite, North Castle Weave had been the first weave of the outerverse to be divided. The Great Sword Dynasty was one of the strongest powers in North Castle Weave, but it had been occupied by the second Great Hall. Sword Origin Planet was a rather peculiar planet in North Castle Weave. It was not accurate to call it a planet, as Sword Origin Planet was shaped like a broadsword, which was why it had been named Sword Origin. It was more like a floating continent in the universe, and the Great Sword Dynasty had originated from Sword Origin Planet. At its peak, the Great Sword Dynasty had ruled over more than 20 filaments, and it had been the undisputed overlord of North Castle Weave. However, as the successive emperors had become muddle-headed, the dynasty's territory had gradually fragmented. By the time of the battle on planet Pyrolite, only 12 filaments had remained. At that time, the emperor had even been unwilling to interact with Frostwave Weave because of undying Zhou Xian. At this moment in the capital of Sword Origin Planet, a group of courtiers were kneeling and trembling within the lofty imperial palace. At the front of the group was a youth dressed in embroidered robes, and beside him was Ding Xing. All around them were mercenaries from Aegis, and it was obvious that they were different from Ding Xing and the others. These mercenaries had come from all over the Outerverse, and they all wore Aegis battle suits and wielded technological weapons. They looked mighty and majestic, and most of them looked normal. However, there were also some who had strange appearances. For example, their arms were especially long, their heads were squarish, or their bodies were covered in scales. Different environments gave birth to different people, and although they were all humans, some places had developed over hundreds of thousands, millions, or even billions of years, so there were bound to be differences. The mercenaries under Aegis came from all 72 weaves of the Outerverse, and there were all sorts of people. Among these people, the leader was a tall and skinny man who was almost 3 meters tall. His legs were especially long and slender, and his legs alone were 2 meters long. He looked very out of place. Ding Xing occasionally looked up in fear, and his heart was filled with bitterness. He had been living well on Xenu Star, waiting for the royal regent to rescue the Great Sword Dynasty. Although he had been very anxious, he had been left with no choice. One day, someone from Aegis had contacted him and asked if he wanted to rescue the Great Sword Dynasty. At the time, he had been very hesitant, but he had not been granted an audience with the royal regent. Aegis had been too ruthless. Not only had they massacred the second grade hull, but they had also massacred many of the Great Sword Dynasty's cultivators in the palace. These people did not care about the lives of others, and more importantly, they had no intention of leaving. Ding Xing had originally thought that they would leave after he gave them the Great Sword Dynasty's treasures, as this was the reward that they had agreed upon. However, they had now gone back on their word and wanted to stay in the Great Sword Dynasty just like the second Great Hall. They had even said that they were going to build a training base on Sword Origin Planet, which made Ding Xing realize that he had been tricked. Aegis wanted to occupy Sword Origin Planet, which was why they had tricked Ding Xing out of Xenu Star. These people's ultimate goal was the Great Sword Dynasty. The tall, thin man sat nearby and looked at the star chart on his gadget. Aegis' target was the Great Sword Dynasty, which was a very important location. Although the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, the search for pyrolite had not stopped, and many people had entered the astral wilderness to search for pyrolite. As the price of pyrolite in the black market had risen, the search for pyrolite had become increasingly popular. Before the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, Aegis had not dared to target pyrolite. It was not just them. No power in the entire Outerverse had dared to target pyrolite. But now that the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, Aegis was not afraid of anyone, and they naturally set their sights on pyrolite. Controlling North Castle Weave was equivalent to controlling a passage from the astral wilderness to the Outerverse. Not only would it be convenient for them to transport and explore, but it would also be convenient for them to plunder. The more pyrolite they obtained, the more powerful their weapons would become, and the stronger they would become. This was the wish of all of Aegis, as they wanted to suppress the Outerverse. Ding Xing, where are the treasures you mentioned? The tall thin man asked slowly. Although their goal was to occupy the Great Sword Dynasty, they could not ignore the reward. Ding Xing's expression changed. If I give you the treasures, will you leave? The tall thin man sneered. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Ding Xing, and a kick sent him flying 100 meters into a wall. Chapter 744. After being kicked, Ding Xing felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and he almost couldn't breathe. The others were even more terrified, especially the youth who almost wet himself. I think you still don't understand. Remember, we are Aegis, the tall thin man said coldly. Ding Xing had blood at the corner of his mouth, and he panted heavily with his head lowered. He regretted not staying on Xenu Star. These people from Aegis had tricked him into leaving, which meant that they were afraid of Lu Yin. However, he had still foolishly come out, and he had even exposed his identity as a prince. When he thought about the prince, he looked up at the youth. Coincidentally, the tall, thin man stood up and walked towards the youth. The youth was one of the Great Sword Dynasty's surviving princes. The Second Great Hall had killed many people from the Great Sword Dynasty, and only this youth had managed to escape. It had to be said that Ding Xing was very loyal, and he wholeheartedly wanted to help the Great Sword Dynasty revive. However, in front of absolute power he was too weak. The tall, thin man squatted down and looked into the youth's eyes. "Tell me, are you willing for us to stay and help you?" The youth was terrified and his face went pale. "Yes, I'm willing." The tall, thin man smiled and patted the youth's shoulder. He then looked at Ding Xing. "Go and find the treasure. Otherwise you don't need to live anymore." Ding Xing was bitter. "This is North Castle Weave, which is close to Frostwave Weave. Aren't you afraid of the Great Eastern Alliance?" This sentence caused the tall, thin man's face to darken. Aegis was tyrannical in its ways, and if they wanted to rob the Great Sword Dynasty, they would not even discuss it with them. Just like the Second Great Hall, they would directly slaughter them. But now they wanted the Great Sword Dynasty's official support. Why? It was because they were afraid of the Great Eastern Alliance and Lu Yin. Although they were not afraid of Lu Yin, they were still worried that Lu Yin would cause trouble for them. That would be very uncomfortable, which was why they needed the Great Sword Dynasty's support to stay. Otherwise, there would be no reason for them to stay. This made the tall, thin man very unhappy. Since when had Aegis been so apprehensive of an explorer? What Great Eastern Alliance? They were just a bunch of weaklings. There was a thump as Ding Xing was whipped once more and he almost spat out his organs. "No one dares to say anything about Aegis's actions," the tall, thin man coldly said. Ding's vision blurred and his heart sank. The Great Sword Dynasty. Ding Xing touched the ground. It was extremely cold. What was going on? The sword origin planet was like spring all year round, so it was impossible for it to freeze. He raised his head and looked around. Could this be the talent of someone in Aegis? After looking around, he didn't see anyone releasing their talent. Ding Xing was puzzled. He looked at the ground and his pupils shrank. The ground was slowly freezing. Not only that, but his feet were also frozen. He tried to pull his feet out, but he found that he could no longer feel them. The extreme cold was gradually spreading. Ding Xing was terrified. He was a cruiser with a power level of 60,000, but he had been silently frozen by someone. Who's there? At this moment, not only Ding Xing but everyone else also discovered that they were actually frozen by the extreme cold. The tall and skinny man was shocked. The ice under his feet cracked and with a bang he floated into the air. He was the only one who wasn't frozen in place. The others, including the mercenaries from Aegis, were all frozen. When the mercenaries realized that they were frozen, they immediately tried various ways to escape, but to no avail. The tall and skinny man suddenly raised his head. Streaks of red meteors smashed down with a loud bang. This was a personal flying ship. Many people had descended, at least 100 of them. The tall and skinny man's heart sank. Who dares to attack Aegis? Ding Xing felt the extreme cold and a thought flashed through his mind. He suddenly thought of someone, the captain of the Great Yu Empire's 7th Imperial Squadron. During his time on Xenu Star, Lu Yin had investigated all of the important people in the Great Yu Empire, so he was no stranger to the captains of the 13 Imperial Squadrons. This captain had just been appointed not too long ago, and it was rumored that he had almost frozen the entire Ona family. Even Xianxia Ona, a hunter who specialized in the snowstorm palm, had been helpless against him. Fits him. Ding Xing's eyes lit up. Lu Yin had acted. The tall and skinny man felt uneasy, and he looked into the distance where a figure slowly walked over. It was Yan, and as he approached, the chill intensified. However, he didn't freeze everyone, only their lower bodies. Aside from the tall and skinny man, everyone else was unable to move, including the cruisers. Yan was someone that old Gouda had been helpless against, and even Xianxia Ona had been helpless against him. He was an expert who could rival Aiden, and he wasn't someone that Aegis could deal with. Yan had heard Lu Yin's warning. Since he was so good at using underhanded methods, Then he would immobilize them, which was exactly what Yan Yan was good at. In the sky, figures appeared one after another and surrounded the Great Sword Dynasty's palace. The tall and skinny man stared at Yan Yan. "Who are you?" "We're from Aegis." Yan Yan looked up. "Great Yu Empire, captain of the 7th Imperial Squadron Yan Yan." The tall and skinny man's pupils shrank. What had to come had finally come. They had expected that the Great Yu Empire would not remain indifferent once they tried to occupy North Castle Weave, but they hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Aegis has been hired by the Great Sword Dynasty to chase away the Second Great Hall. What is the Great Yu Empire trying to do? The tall and skinny man shouted. Yan Yan's tone was cold. "Arrest the criminal Ding Xing. His crime is that he attacked an Empire cultivator." The tall and skinny man's eyes narrowed. "Fine, take him away." Ding Xing shouted, "Captain Yan Yan, I have an agreement with the Royal Regent. I'm requesting the Great Yu Empire to help the Great Sword Dynasty revive. Please fulfill your end of the agreement." The tall and skinny man was furious and he raised his hand to attack Ding Xing. He did not hold back this time as he had intended to kill Ding Xing. However, the attack was blocked by a chill. Yan Yan stared at the tall and skinny man. "The Great Yu Empire will confirm Ding Xing's crimes. He has an agreement with His Highness, and His Highness has already instructed that the moment Ding Xing requests the Great Yu Empire's assistance, the Empire will provide it. You people from Aegis can leave now." The tall and skinny man raised an eyebrow. "Captain Yan Yan, you can't say that. The Second Great Hall has already been chased away by Aegis. Isn't it too late for the Great Yu Empire to act now?" Before Yan Yan could speak, Ding Xing hurriedly said, "My agreement with the Royal Regent is to help the Great Sword Dynasty revive. It's not limited to just chasing away the Second Great Hall. Anyone who tries to seize the Great Sword Dynasty is an enemy." The tall and skinny man was furious and he glared at Ding Xing. "You're courting death." Ding Xing had already thrown caution to the wind. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid that the Great Sword Dynasty would be finished. Aegis clearly wanted to take over the Great Sword Dynasty, and Ding Xing could not let that happen. He quickly knelt down and faced Yan Yan. "Captain Yan Yan, please help the Great Sword Dynasty chase away Aegis. The Great Sword Dynasty will be eternally grateful." Yan Yan glanced at the tall and skinny man. "You heard that. You can leave now." He had instructed them not to fight to the death with Aegis unless it was absolutely necessary, and he did not want to casually make enemies. The tall, thin man sensed Yan Yan's strength and the cold aura caused him to panic. He raised his head and saw that this so-called 7th Imperial Squadron didn't have any experts, but this captain made him afraid to take action. How could a mere Great Yu Empire have such an expert? "All right, Captain Yan Yan. Aegis will remember what happened today. Please pass this message to your Royal Regent. I hope that he can bear the consequences," the tall and skinny man said coldly. He then leaped up and flew into the universe, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yan Yan melted the chill, and the rest of the Aegis members immediately left without another word. They were all very disciplined. Yan Yan watched the scene with astonishment. This was Aegis, the strongest bodyguard and mercenary company in the Outerverse. The Empire had provoked a powerful enemy this time. Aegis was not one of the remnant powers of the Innerverse. Those powers did not have deep roots in the Outerverse and were supported by Enlighters. If an Enlighter were to encounter an accident, they would be finished and would not be able to cause any waves. Aegis was different. They had deep roots in the Outerverse and they were also part of the Dark Powers. Once they acted, they would cause even more trouble than an Enlighter. After Aegis left, Ding Xing hurried over to Yan Yan and thanked him. "Thank you for saving me, Captain Yan Yan. I am eternally grateful on behalf of the Great Sword Dynasty." Yan Yan coldly replied, "His Highness personally confirmed your crimes." Ding Xing was bitter. "I know. I will definitely plead guilty." "Where's the treasure?" Yan Yan asked. Ding Xing replied, "I'll go get it now." In the crowd behind them, the youth looked at Yan Yan in fear. He was a prince of the North Castle Weaves dynasty, but now he was so scared that he did not even dare to stand up. The Great Sword Dynasty had been occupied by the Second Great Hall for almost 2 years, and the entire dynasty had lost all of its dignity. Although the last few emperors of the Great Sword Dynasty had been muddle-headed, they had always adhered to a tradition which was to hide the treasure trove well. The Great Sword Dynasty's geographical location was very special, as it was right on the edge of the astral wilderness. The previous emperors had foresight and knew that something would happen sooner or later. Now the treasure trove had been put to good use. Lu Yin looked at the list that Yan Yan had sent back and his eyes lit up. He had not expected the Great Sword Dynasty's treasure trove to give him such a pleasant surprise. Treasures were generally the most valuable items that didn't require much effort to exchange for them. The Great Sword Dynasty's treasure trove was very pure, and it consisted of star crystals and star essence. There wasn't even a single universal coin or anything like that. 3 billion star crystals and 12,000 star essence were the Great Sword Dynasty's treasure trove, which was worth more than 40,000 star essence. This was a considerable amount of wealth. The Great Yu Empire's annual military expenditure was not much, and this amount of wealth was enough to tempt even enlighters. Lu Yin felt like a windfall right in front of him. He ordered Yan Yan to send the star essence to King Zishan's palace. As for the 3 billion star crystals, they would be placed in the Great Yu Empire's treasury. After all, the 7th Imperial Squadron had been mobilized this time, and it was impossible for him to keep all of the spoils of war. Of course, he also silently increased the debt that the Empire owed him to 80,000 star essence. These star crystals would be considered a loan to the Empire. The treasure trove was just a pleasant surprise. What he really needed was the Great Sword Dynasty's influence over North Castle Weave. The various great powers of North Castle Weave had once been fighting over it. The Great Sword Dynasty was still the strongest, and as long as the Great Sword Dynasty joined the Great Eastern Alliance, North Castle Weave would naturally belong to the Great Eastern Alliance. Chapter 745. As for Aegis, Lu Yin's expression sank. According to Ding Xing, they were actually planning to take over the Great Sword Dynasty, and it wasn't as simple as he had thought. It seemed that the Aegis shield had become arrogant and wanted to imitate the Innerverse in seizing Pyrolite. They were truly courting death. If Lu Yin had been able to do so, he would have attacked the Pyrolite a long time ago. Elder Lohar had once said that Pyrolite was a strategic resource, and anyone who touched it would die. Lu Yin did not dare to cross that line. Now that the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, Aegis was confident, and they also had enlighters who dared to act against anyone. It was very troublesome for a force that was already domineering to begin with to expand. They feared nothing. Lu Yin was already prepared to wage war against Aegis, as he would not give up on North Castle Weave. Although he had been prepared for battle, he hadn't expected Aegis to act so quickly. 2 days later, on a desolate planet not too far away from Xenu Star, Lu Yin was currently unlocking his source box. Xenu Star was densely populated, and the source box that he needed to unlock was already at the perceptive intermediate level. He was also worried that the danger of the source box being leaked would cause other people to die, so he could only come to this desolate planet. This planet had already been isolated by Lu Yin, and it would become an important place for him to unlock source boxes in the future. Even if an accident occurred, it would not implicate anyone else. Many space-exploring cultivators would choose to cultivate in places where there was no one around. This was because if an accident were to occur while they were cultivating, the repercussions would be too wide. Wendy Yushan had reminded him of this when he had been practicing the Sky Beast Claw, and he had decided to leave Xenu Star to train. The source box in front of Lu Yin had come from the Lockbreaker Society. Phelan had moved the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters to planet Hydratink, and the treasures from Source Peak Planet had been moved over as well. The treasures from the Hall of Insight had been stolen, but fortunately, these source boxes had not been stored in the Hall of Insight. Lu Yin did not know exactly how many source boxes the Lockbreaker Society had, but as long as he wanted to unlock a source box, he could just send someone to planet Hydratink to purchase them. 1-star perceptive intermediate source boxes cost at least 500 star essence, and the one that Lu Yin had bought cost 300 star essence, which wasn't considered expensive. Unlocking a perceptive intermediate source box was a very long process, and even though Lu Yin had experience unlocking perceptive intermediate source boxes, the one in front of him was still rather difficult. This was because this source box was not harmless and it constantly emitted a suffocating stench. Lu Yin was speechless as he felt that Phelan was doing this on purpose. This source box didn't have any special killing intent, and it just smelled so bad that it was unbearable. Even if one didn't breathe in it, the stench would still rush into one's brain, and there was no way to get rid of it. It was precisely because of this stench that no lockbreaker was willing to come into contact with this source box, even though it did not contain any killing intent. Phelan had finally found an opportunity to get rid of it. Lu Yin was very curious about what was inside this source box. The stench had already taken on a visible color and form, and it was extremely pungent. Lu Yin was surrounded by the stench at such a close distance, and he felt like vomiting at every moment. He was sure that Phelan was doing this on purpose to disgust him. While he was trying to unlock the seal, Lu Yin suddenly felt his heart palpitate. It was as if he was being watched by something. He released his domain, but it wasn't for observation. Instead, it swept across his surroundings. He trusted his instincts even though there were no rune lines approaching him. The next moment, a pale white light flashed past, and Lu Yin saw several blades descending from above. It was an assassin. He didn't even think about stopping his lock breaking, but the blades in front of him chased after him. It was a Hunter Realm assassin. Lu Yin's eyes trembled and he retreated step by step. The assassin was extremely fast and countless blades suddenly appeared all around him. They tore through the void, slicing through the ground, air and everything else that could be seen. Black spatial cracks spread out in all directions. This was a lightning-fast attack, and the assassin did not intend to give Lu Yin any time to catch his breath. In particular, one of the blades constantly slashed at Lu Yin's right hand to prevent him from retrieving anything from his cosmic ring. External items were not invincible, as once they could not be retrieved, there would be no difference whether or not one had an external item. That was exactly what Lu Yin was feeling at this moment. He had the universal armor, but it was very difficult to retrieve it. There was no time for him to put it on, as this assassin was very experienced. However, Lu Yin had no intention of retrieving the universal armor at all. If he wanted to, this assassin would not be able to stop him. But why should he? Lu Yin lightly tapped his feet and used the secret sidestep technique. He raised a hand and punched out at a place where no one was around. His spiritual force swept out in all directions, and there was a muffled groan as a figure appeared not too far away. This person had been lying on the ground all this time, and the surrounding blades were not his attacks. Instead, they had appeared out of nowhere. This was an innate gift. Although Lu Yin did not know much about spiritual force attacks, the Day-Night Fist was enough to unleash his spiritual force, which was comparable to that of the 10 Arbiters. The assassin could not block it at all, and he had been caught off guard and forced to reveal himself. Lu Yin raised a finger and tapped out. The assassin's head was dizzy, as he could not understand how Lu Yin could unleash such a terrifying spiritual force attack. However, as an assassin, his willpower was firm to begin with, and he also had the strength of a hunter, which allowed him to resist fainting. There was a thump as Lu Yin's finger tapped the assassin's body, but it felt as if he had struck a weapon. His fingertip did not touch flesh, but rather an ice-cold weapon. There was a whoosh as the assassin retreated, and all of his killing intent receded like a tide. If one's attack did not succeed, they would flee 1,000 kilometers away. This was the standard practice for assassins. However, Lu Yin would not let the assassin leave just like that. He aimed a sky beast claw in the direction that the assassin had fled, and an ancient beast's roar traveled across time. The claw descended, covering an area of 100 kilometers and shaking the planet. The terrifying attack caused the planet to crack open, and magma to erupt from the sky as high temperatures scorched the void. However, the assassin had disappeared, as Lu Yin's large-scale attack had not been able to capture any trace of him. Lu Yin's face sank. Where were his rune lines? Since this person was a hunter, he should have had rune lines, but why hadn't he? This was more serious than the assassin himself. Lu Yin could predict many things in advance based on his rune lines, but if someone could completely conceal their rune lines, then it would be disadvantageous to Lu Yin, as he was already used to having rune lines. The universe was filled with mysteries, and there would always be things that surpassed one's knowledge. However, Lu Yin had not expected them to arrive so quickly. However, there had not been any rune lines in the Daoist Sect's ruins, so there could be some sort of connection between the two. Lu Yin immediately contacted Phantom Sting and described what had just happened. On the screen, Phantom Sting said, "Feng Zi 9th on the Outerverse assassin rankings. He should be the one who tried to assassinate you." "Where did this person come from?" Lu Yin asked. Phantom Sting answered, I don't know, but according to rumors he's related to Aegis. 6 of the top 10 assassins in the Outerverse are from Aegis, and this person is one of them. Lu Yin had already guessed that there were not many people who wanted to kill him and had the ability to hire such an assassin, so Aegis was the most likely candidate. He had not expected Aegis revenge to come so quickly. This was no longer a warning but rather a declaration of war. Aegis was too tyrannical, and they had not even discussed things with Lu Yin before sending assassins. Lu Yin had not experienced such a feeling in a long time. Ever since he had killed several Enlighters and returned from Iron Blood Weave, aside from the Daoist sex ruins, he had almost reached the peak of the universe. Aegis' actions made him relive what the Day-Night clan had done to him. It was a completely uncaring attitude that overlooked everything. How did Aegis train so many assassins? Also, what's your ranking? Lu Yin asked curiously. Phantom Sting answered, 12th. That low? Lu Yin was shocked. Your innate gift is not bad. You're a hunter and have comprehended a domain, but you're not even in the top 10. The ranking of assassins is based on efficiency, not strength. My innate gift gives me a lot of survivability, but in terms of efficiency I'm not in the top 10. As for Aegis, it's rumored that all of their top assassins have the ability to completely conceal their aura. I don't know the specifics, but their success rate far surpasses that of other assassin organizations. After countless years, Aegis has become the largest assassin organization in the Outerverse, and even the Innerverse is wary of them. Lu Yin fell into deep thought as he completely concealed his aura. No wonder he could not see any rune lines. This Aegis was a little troublesome. Lu Yin finally managed to unlock the stinky source box, but there was only something that looked like a fruit inside. He casually put it away and then left the desolate planet. Lu Yin had just returned to Xenu Star when he received a call from an unfamiliar number. He was puzzled as not many people knew his contact details, so he answered the call. Your Excellency Lu Yin, do you like our gift to you? The cold voice sent a chill down Lu Yin's spine. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Who are you? You should know that we're from Aegis. The voice laughed strangely. Lu Yin indifferently asked, Fengzi is your gift to me? We do not wish to become enemies with your Excellency. As long as your Excellency does not interfere with North Castle Weave, Aegis is willing to compensate your Excellency. Throughout history very few people have earned our respect. Your Excellency Lu Yin, are you willing to accept our good intentions? The voice laughed, sounding pleased with itself and a little arrogant. If I almost succeeded in my assassination because of Aegis' good intentions, then it's not easy to accept, Lu Yin sneered. Your Excellency has experienced the Innerverse and Outerverse, so you're not a superficial person. There's no need to be so calculative. Your Excellency was able to survive our assassination attempt, which is enough to earn our respect. But to be blunt, Fengzi is only the 9th-ranked assassin, and there are many more who are more powerful than him. You should have heard of Aegis' strength. Just because Fengzi couldn't succeed doesn't mean that other assassins can't. Lu Yin's face darkened. Are you threatening me? If your Excellency thinks so, then it's not wrong. Lord Egret sent me to greet you, the voice said with an indifferent smile. Lu Yin fell silent. The assassins controlled by Aegis and the Enlighter Lord Egret were very powerful forces. They had kept a low profile when the Innerverse and Outerverse had been connected, but now they were finally revealing their fangs. Why do you want North Castle Weave? Lu Yin asked. That has nothing to do with your Excellency. Please give us an answer, as the higher-ups do not like to wait. Lu Yin coldly replied, Let your leader speak to me. I can do that. If your Excellency has anything to say, feel free to say it. Lu Yin's voice was icy. You don't have the right to speak to me. The voice fell silent for a moment. Your Excellency Lu Yin, it seems that you do not understand the current Outerverse. We'll speak again after you do. I hope that you can still be so arrogant then. He then hung up. Chapter 746. Lu Yin put down his gadget and returned to King Zishan's palace. There he summoned Phantom Sting and inquired about the locations of all of Aegis' bases. Phantom Sting could only name a few, and these were the few bases that Mafioso Planet controlled. However, Aegis wasn't just an assassination organization. They also accepted bodyguard missions. Just the Eastern Weaves alone had over 1,000 Aegis bodyguard companies, and there were also countless secret organizations that accepted assassination missions. Lu Yin didn't hide the fact that he had been assassinated by Aegis, and he immediately announced that the Great Eastern Alliance was purging Aegis. Regardless of whether it was a bodyguard company or a secret organization that accepted assassination missions, anything related to Aegis would be purged. This was the Great Eastern Alliance's largest operation since its establishment, and the entire Eastern Weaves were mobilized. In just a few days, everything related to Aegis within the Great Eastern Alliance was purged. All of the company's personnel were arrested, and Aegis assassins were either killed or captured. Aegis had suffered great losses in the Great Eastern Alliance. However, the greatest losses were Aegis training bases. They had many training bases in the Outerverse that specialized in training mercenaries, assassins, bodyguards, and so on. The establishment of each training base cost an astronomical amount of money and time. Destroying any one of these bases was a huge loss to Aegis. Over the past few days, the Great Eastern Alliance had destroyed more than 10 of Aegis training bases, and most of them had been dug up through Aegis's superficial strength. It was precisely because of these bases that many people in the Eastern Weaves realized that Aegis wasn't just a bodyguard company, but also an assassin organization. The vast Dearth sect, Even Ground Palace, Six-Fingered Tribe, and others all contacted Lu Yin to ask about the situation. Lu Yin didn't hide anything and he told them about Aegis. However, he didn't tell them about Aegis's true strength to prevent them from betraying him out of fear. After all, the Great Eastern Alliance was still unstable. In most people's minds, Aegis was one of the wealthiest corporations in the Outerverse, but they had never considered how powerful they actually were. Lu Yin believed that once Aegis's true strength was exposed, Green Peak Gorge, the vast Earth sect, and the other powers would most likely not participate in the operation against Aegis. Lu Yin couldn't do this alone. Of course, even if Lu Yin did not say anything, Aegis would not remain silent. In order to prevent Aegis from threatening the various great powers of the Great Eastern Alliance, Lu Yin had blamed many of the assassinations that had occurred over the countless years on Aegis. Regardless of whether or not some of the assassins had been killed, Lu Yin had blamed Aegis. Even the assassination attempt on Mafioso Planet had been blamed on Aegis, which had caused countless people in the Eastern Weaves to denounce Aegis. Many large factions and families had people assassinated. Now they had finally found the culprit. Although the person who hired the assassins was the real culprit, Aegis was also the executor. Suddenly, the calls for the Great Eastern Alliance to purge Aegis grew louder and louder. Countless people were begging for Aegis to be destroyed. Lu Yin was the type of person who would either not do anything at all or go all the way to the end. He would not take things slowly, and with Aegis's attitude, they would not be able to tolerate each other. Thus, he would go all the way and treat Aegis as a trial for the Great Eastern Alliance. Beep beep beep. Lu Yin activated his gadget and a screen appeared before him. On the screen was Madame Naylan and she was looking at him with a serious expression. Your Highness, are you really going to start a war with Aegis? I'm not the one who wants to start a war with them. They're the ones who want to start a war with me, Lu Yin replied. She smiled bitterly. Your Highness, if possible, it's best not to become enemies with Aegis. They are not like the powers of the Innerverse, and Aegis's foundation in the Outerverse is too deep. Even I don't know which powers are involved with them. They've nurtured countless mercenaries and assassins over the years, and they have connections with countless powers. It would be unwise to start a full-scale war with them. Lu Yin replied, I know, but you should know that I was assassinated. If I don't react to such a situation, then what's the point of establishing the Great Eastern Alliance? What's my future path? Even I was assassinated just because I offended Aegis. What about the others? Aegis is using me to establish their might and to warn the Outerverse. Madame Naylan asked, Has your Highness ever considered that this is Wei Rong's scheme? He's the one who instigated you to become enemies with Aegis. Lu Yin sighed. Wei Rong is indeed very smart, and it's not impossible for this to be his scheme. However, the current situation is already clear. Even if I can confirm that he's the one who instigated this, so what? Aegis and I cannot coexist. Either Aegis completely withdraws from my sphere of influence or I'm dealt with by Aegis. There are only two options. Madame Naylan sighed. Your Highness, Aegis isn't terrifying because of their assassins or enlighters, but rather because of the human heart. They're good at inducing panic, which is what mercenary organizations are best at. They might not directly attack you, but the Great Eastern Alliance will become their target. Lu Yin raised a brow. Do you have any suggestions? Madame Nayland solemnly replied, if your highness really wants to start a full-scale war with Aegis, then you can't be blind. You need to know how much strength Aegis has hidden in the Great Eastern Alliance, and you need to think of a way to find out where their headquarters are. As for how strong they are and who they're working with, I can't provide you with any information. A thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind. The Amethyst Trading Company? Madame Nayland smiled sweetly. I don't understand what your highness is talking about, but as one of the 4 major corporations, I'm just giving you some friendly advice. Since your highness doesn't want to listen to my advice, then forget it. I wish your highness a swift victory. She then hung up. Lu Yin clicked on an introduction to the Amethyst Trading Company, and a name appeared in his mind. Zhou Xian. This woman had given him 5% of Xenu Star's Amethyst Trading Company's annual profits as a congratulatory gift. Among the 4 major corporations, he had never interacted with the Amethyst Trading Company before, but they had still given him such a huge gift. Lu Yin had always remembered this, and it seemed that he should pay a visit to the Xianxia. Suddenly, a call came from his gadget. Lu Yin tapped it open and Huan Sha appeared on his screen. She had a serious expression on her face, and her eyes were filled with anxiety and indignation. Your Highness, something has happened. Dozens of planets in the Empire have been attacked, and the initial estimates put the death toll at close to 10 million. 3 important military bases have been completely destroyed, and more than 10 ministers have mysteriously died. Thousands of companies have declared bankruptcy, and demonstrations have suddenly appeared all over the Empire to protest your Highness' establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance and the introduction of outsiders into the Empire. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Aegis had made a move, and their methods were truly vicious. Following Huan Sha's report, Enya also reported that the various great powers of the Great Eastern Alliance had suffered losses. More than 100 of the vast Earth sect's disciples who had gone out to train had died, and the Six-Fingered Tribe, Tribanner Federation and Green Peak Gorge had all been assassinated. Mu Nikhang, the Palace Master of Even Ground Palace, had also been assassinated and had suffered minor injuries. Lu Yin had still underestimated Aegis' power, as they had actually launched a direct retaliation against the entire Great Eastern Alliance. Their strength now covered the entire Eastern Weave. Your Highness, people in North Castle Weave, Eastleigh Weave and other weaves have been spreading rumors about the Great Eastern Alliance. Many of those weaves' powers have already sworn not to join the Great Eastern Alliance, the Cabinet Minister, Garop, reported. Your Highness, the resources that the Empire was transporting have been destroyed by an unknown power. Not only did they destroy the resources, but they also killed all of the people who were transporting the resources. Their methods were cruel, Gavin reported. More and more bad news arrived, which fully demonstrated Aegis' enormous influence. Aegis could not have done this alone. They had been in the Outerverse for so many years, and they had connections with many powers that could influence countless people. They did not even need to take action, as there were countless people willing to risk their lives for them. Mafioso Planet alone had grasped the top secrets of many of the Eastern Weave's powers, not to mention the largest assassin organization, Aegis. The Great Eastern Alliance had started a war with Aegis, which was equivalent to poking a hornet's nest. The Great Eastern Alliance was a power on the surface, while Aegis was hidden in the shadows. No matter how they fought, they would be at a disadvantage. Meng Tianlong had already contacted Enya, hoping that Lu Yin would think of a solution as soon as possible. He felt like he had been implicated, as the vast Earth sect clearly did not have any connections with Aegis, yet they had been targeted for no reason. They had also sensed that Aegis was not to be trifled with and would bring about a lot of trouble. It was not just Meng Tianlong. Mu Nikhang, Feng Shu, Bok Shamus, and the others were also in the same situation. They frequently contacted Enya, hoping that Lu Yin would resolve the matter with Aegis as soon as possible. Lu Yin ended the call with Enya. The Great Eastern Alliance's drawbacks were that it had been established too quickly. The people's hearts were not united, and they were even suspicious of each other. The moment there was trouble, the alliance would quickly break apart. These people all wanted to protect themselves, and they did not care about the alliance's image at all. This was indeed a trial that targeted the entire Great Eastern Alliance. If he succeeded, the Great Eastern Alliance would become as stable as a rock, and they would gradually take control of the entire Eastern Weaves. If he failed, the Great Eastern Alliance would cease to exist, and Lu Yin would become the laughingstock of the Outerverse. He would not allow such a thing to happen, so he left King Zishan's palace. Xinyu Star was the capital star of the Great Yu Empire, and it was exceptionally prosperous. Practically all of the well-known companies in the universe had branches here, and after the Great Yu Empire had unified the Frostwave Weave, its reputation had grown even more. Even a large company like Shamrock Enterprises, which dominated the Innerverse and Outerverse, had set up a branch here. The Amethyst Trading Company had also set up an extremely large trading center on Xinyu Star. It took up an entire street, and it was also the most prosperous street on the entire star. Shamrock Enterprises, Mavis Bank, various large spacecraft companies, and so on were all gathered here. It was the economic center of the Great Yu Empire, and anyone who could set up an office here had influence that could cover an entire solar system or even an entire domain. The Amethyst Trading Company's trading centers covered all aspects of the empire, and there were many people entering and exiting every day. There were also many visitors. Lu Yin followed the flow of people and entered the Amethyst Trading Company. When he looked around, he was rather surprised. This place really did have everything. The shopping center's layout was humane, and there were powerful cultivators guarding it. There were also products that stretched as far as the eye could see. As long as it was a well-known brand in the universe, one could basically find it here. This was the Amethyst Trading Company. Those who could afford to shop here were all people from the upper middle class of the empire. What made him especially happy was that there were all sorts of beautiful women around him. They were youthful, beautiful, and full of vitality. Lu Yin relaxed a little when he saw them. These people were under the protection of the Great Yu Empire, and he would not let their smiles disappear. "Sister Ya, look at that country bumpkin. He's smiling at us," a few young girls whispered as they stared at Lu Yin. Their bell-like giggles attracted quite a few people's attention. Lu Yin's face turned red. Country bumpkin? Was he really that country bumpkin? Chapter 747. Lu Yin looked at his own clothes and sweated a little. He only wore a few styles of clothes and they were all outdated. But then again, why hadn't Zhao Ran prepared something decent for him? He recalled her blank expression and sighed. It was time to find a female housekeeper for the Zishan Palace. "Look, he's embarrassed," the girl giggled. "He looks familiar, I think I've seen him somewhere before. He looks ordinary, but he's pleasing to the eye and has a different temperament. Sisters, who wants to go flirt with him?" A girl in revealing clothes asked eagerly. "Little girl, don't be lustful or your man will see. There are only pretentious hypocrites around. This kind of country bumpkin isn't common. Sister Ya, come and take a look," the girl called out. The woman who had been addressed as Sister Ya was looking at the catalogue of the trading company, and she looked up helplessly. "Don't make fun of others." She subconsciously glanced at Lu Yin, but when she did, she froze up. The girls noticed that something was wrong and quickly pushed her. "Sister Ya, what's wrong?" Sister Ya froze for a moment, but then retracted the shock in her eyes. "It's nothing." "Right, what were you talking about?" "We said we wanted to flirt with that country bumpkin." "Sister Ya, are you coming?" The girl in revealing clothes giggled. Sister Ya's expression changed and she shouted, "Don't talk nonsense." The girls were shocked. They had never seen Sister Ya so angry before. She was their boss and they were all from a very influential media company, so they usually had a good relationship with her. What was wrong with her? However, the girls didn't dare to refute her anger and just lowered their heads, not knowing what was going on. Lu Yin was still looking around curiously, wondering where Xianxia was. "Forget it, I'll just go to the top floor. The person in charge is usually there." Not far away, the girls felt wronged. Sister Ya took a deep breath. "Stand here and don't move." She swallowed and walked towards Lu Yin. The girls looked at each other in shock. Did Sister Ya fall for a country bumpkin? Was she in love? Big news. Hello, I'm Xiaoya from the Empire Morning Post. It's an honor to meet you. Sister Ya walked up to Lu Yin and bowed respectfully with a solemn expression. Behind her, the girls were surprised and looked at each other. They were not stupid. Sister Ya's attitude just now combined with her current behavior, there was only one possibility. That country bumpkin was a big shot, and not just an ordinary big shot. Their empire's morning post was very influential, and they could even meet the upper echelons of the empire. Sister Ye was even more influential, and it was said that she could meet the cabinet ministers. At this moment, Sister Ye was so respectful, that person's identity might be very terrifying. The women's expressions changed and they didn't dare to speak carelessly. Lu Yin turned around and asked in surprise, "You know me?" Before he came, he had made some minor adjustments to his face to prevent anyone from recognizing him. Sister Ye respectfully said, "You are the royal regent." Lu Yin was shocked. "How did you recognize me?" Sister Ye took a deep breath and suppressed the nervousness in her heart. She replied, "All cultivators, especially those with higher status and greater influence, will disguise themselves when they go out. We have already simulated many of the higher-ups of the empire and simulated their appearance after disguising themselves. Your Highness, your current appearance after disguising yourself is in our simulation results." Sister Ye took a deep breath and suppressed the nervousness in her heart. Lu Yin nodded and muttered to himself, "It looks like I won't be able to make minor adjustments to my disguise in the future. I'll have to make major changes." Sister Ye looked up at Lu Yin and respectfully asked, "Your Highness, are you shopping around? Xiao Ye is willing to show you the way and show you around." "You know this place very well?" Lu Yin asked. Sister Ye replied, "I come here every week and I've walked around many times." Lu Yin was amused. "Looks like you're a rich woman." Sister Ye's face turned red as Lu Yin's joke had made her feel less nervous. The person in front of her was someone who truly stood at the pinnacle, not just of the Great Yu Empire, but of the entire Great Eastern Alliance. A single word from him could influence countless people. Although Sister Ye had many connections and could even interview cabinet ministers, she had never dared to dream of meeting such a person. She had never imagined that the opportunity would be right in front of her. "Take me around. I'm quite curious about the Amethyst Trading Company," Lu Yin said. Since he wanted to work with the company, he wanted to understand more about it. "Yes, Your Highness." "Don't call me that. Just call me Brother Lu." Sister Ye blinked. "But you look younger than me." Lu Yin smiled. "Then I'll call you Seventh Bro." Sister Ye thought to herself, isn't that the same? She realized that the royal regent was different from what she had imagined. He was not the type who would be so serious that he would scare children, and he could even joke around. "Seventh Bro, can I ask you some questions?" Sister Ye asked carefully as she led the way. Lu Yin casually replied, "Sure." Sister Ye was delighted. "Just don't publish it in the newspapers," Lu Yin added. Sister Ye was speechless. The girls stared blankly as Sister Ye respectfully led the way for the country bumpkin. They carefully followed him and their eyes lit up. That person was definitely an important person, an extremely important person. "Don't you think that person looks familiar?" one of the girls asked. "I already said that he looked familiar, but I just can't remember," another girl said. A girl in revealing clothes suddenly covered her mouth. "It's a disguise." The girls' expressions changed drastically, and they circled around to the other side to look at Lu Yin's face. They exchanged glances and they could guess who that person was. No wonder Sister Ye was so respectful. After walking around for more than half an hour, Lu Yin hadn't even explored a tenth of the Amethyst Trading Company. Through Sister Ye's words, Lu Yin gained a better understanding of the Amethyst Trading Company. This trading company had a very high status in the hearts of ordinary people, and it could be described with the words good quality and cheap. Amethyst Trading Company's products aren't expensive, and they seem to be selling them in bulk. However, even the luxury items are sold at a cheaper price than outside. It's said that they don't have to pay taxes, but some say that it's because they have too many channels. Others say that many of the products are produced by them. In short, there are many theories, Sister Ye said. "No one suspects that it's fake?" Lu Yin asked. Sister Ye tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled. "Even if it's fake, with Amethyst Trading Company's influence, it's still worth more than the real deal. It's fine as long as it's from Amethyst Trading Company." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "That's right, so what if it's fake? As long as it's influential enough, it's still worth more than the real deal." His title as King Zishan was fake, but his current status far surpassed Undying Yushan's. "Your colleagues are quite lively," Lu Yin said. Sister Ye apologized. "I'm sorry to disturb you, Seventh Bro." Lu Yin waved a hand. It's fine, it's very interesting. He then looked up at the top floor. Have you heard of Zhou Xian? Sister Ye shook her head. Nope. Lu Yin grunted. Alright, thank you for today. You can go back to your work. With that, he suddenly disappeared as if he had never been there. Sister Ye stared blankly at the empty space in front of her and waved her hand. Seventh bro, he's gone. Not too far away, a few girls who had been following Lu Yin saw him leave, and they hurried over to talk amongst themselves. Sister Ye sternly said, don't tell anyone about what happened today. If I find out who's spouting nonsense, it won't be as simple as just packing up and leaving. There won't be a place for that person in the entire Great Yu Empire. The girls were frightened and they hurriedly acknowledged her orders. Sister Ye was very experienced and knowledgeable, and she vaguely knew that Amethyst Trading Company was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. The royal regent's appearance here meant something and she had many guesses, but she did not dare to make wild guesses. The Great Yu Empire and Amethyst Trading Company, or rather the Great Eastern Alliance and Amethyst Trading Company. At the same time, she also deeply remembered the name Xianxia. Through his conversation with Sister Ye, Lu Yin had a basic understanding of Amethyst Trading Company, and he had also used his domain to find Xianxia. Although he did not know this Xianxia and there were no words about her on the internet, she was very easy to find. There was only one girl in a purple dress at the top floor of the trading company, so who else could it be? It was very strange as all the people he had seen today were girls. Xianxia was very vexed. She was the third-in-line successor to Amethyst Trading Company, and her family had very high expectations of her. Actually, she did not want to participate in Amethyst Trading Company's matters, but her second brother was a martial arts maniac who only knew how to cultivate. Because of this, she had almost fallen out with her family, but even if they had not fallen out, her second brother had still lost the chance to inherit Amethyst Trading Company. Her eldest brother was the first-in-line successor, and if nothing unexpected happened, he would be in charge of the trading company in the future. However, she did not know who had secretly tried to sow discord between her and her eldest brother, saying that she would compete with him for the trading company. This had caused her eldest brother to oppose her at every turn. Because of this, Xianxia had no choice but to escape to the Eastern Weaves. She had originally been safe and sound, but the Eastern Weaves had mysteriously formed an alliance and formed something called the Great Eastern Alliance. The board of directors of the trading company had praised her foresight and said that the Great Eastern Alliance's market prospects were far greater than that of her eldest brother's Central Weaves. They also said that Lu Yin was someone who did not want to be left out, and that the Great Eastern Alliance had great prospects in the future. In short, when the Great Eastern Alliance had been established, the board of directors had praised her to the heavens. Because of this, her eldest brother had become crazed with jealousy, and he had even scolded her over a video call. Xianxia was also very helpless, as she had not known that something like this would happen. However, her eldest brother's scolding had angered her, and she had decided to stand up to him. Regardless of whether or not she would inherit the trading company in the future, she wanted her eldest brother to know that she was not someone to be trifled with. In order to prevent her eldest brother from causing trouble for her in the future, she had decided to cause him some trouble to deal with. Because of this, she had decided to give Lu Yin 5% of Xenu Star's Amethyst Trading Company's shares. She wanted to use this opportunity to attract Lu Yin's attention, as this person was very good at causing trouble. However, Lu Yin had not come looking for her after such a long time, which was very strange. However, he would definitely come looking for her in the near future as Aegis would allow him to do so. That crazy organization of assassins would definitely give him a hard time. Thank you. The Mountain Breeze Brothers reward, I'll give it to you. Chapter 748. This Aegis was truly crazy, but it didn't matter. This huge mess would be left to her brother in the future, and it would satisfy her desire to cause trouble for him. My dear brother, there's a huge wave of trouble waiting for you, hee. Xianxia smiled happily. She would let her brother handle this matter with Aegis. Her role was to give Aegis a nudge whenever she was bored, so that they could vent their anger on her brother. Thud thud thud. Come in. Xianxia stretched lazily. Causing trouble for others was quite tiring and she needed to use her brain. Lu Yin walked in and immediately saw the pink sofa across from Xianxia. He looked at it carefully and it really was pink. Who would place a pink sofa in an office? Was this sofa even suitable for sitting? Xianxia's gaze froze and she stared at Lu Yin. Who are you? Lu Yin had originally wanted to sit down and chat, but this pink sofa. Forget it. He changed back to his original appearance and looked at Xianxia. This is the first time we've met. Hello, Miss Xianxia. Xianxia was no stranger to Lu Yin and she had seen his image before. She had guessed that he would come looking for her in the near future, but she had not expected him to do so now. So you're the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master. I've heard a lot about you. Please take a seat. Lu Yin felt awkward. Sit. That would not be appropriate. He did not dare to sit on the pink sofa. Xianxia blinked and gestured for Lu Yin to follow her. She led him out of the office and into an even larger one. Lu Yin saw the pink sofa again. Just how many pink sofas were there in this place? Thankfully, there was a tea table which made the place look elegant. Xianxia invited Lu Yin to sit down and personally poured him a cup of tea. Is the Alliance Master here to see me? Lu Yin accepted the tea and took a sip, but he did not feel anything. Miss Xianxia gave me 5% of this company's shares, so I can be considered a shareholder. Xianxia smiled. You can be considered one. Then is the Alliance Master here to give his opinion? Or do you want a share of the profits? Lu Yin put down his teacup. Neither. Miss Xianxia should know why I'm here. The Amethyst Company's intelligence network is the best in the universe. It seems like the Alliance head has run into some trouble. Xianxia beamed at Lu Yin. At this moment, Lu Yin finally looked at her seriously. He had been completely focused on the pink sofa. The girl in front of him had a pair of bright eyes. She was very beautiful and her eyes were quite lively. She had neat bangs and her hair reached her waist. It was very smooth. She looked about the same age as Hai Chi-Chi, but she was a little more mature. What was particularly eye-catching was that she was wearing a purple dress and black boots. She looked like a princess from a fairy tale. This was a rich loli. How does the Amethyst Trading Company charge for information? Lu Yin went straight to the point. He always felt that the pink sofa was an eyesore. Xianxia's bright eyes sized up Lu Yin and continued to stare at him. There was curiosity and probing in her eyes. Didn't I wash my face clean? Xianxia smiled. I'm thinking about how to cooperate with you. Lu Yin grunted, but he didn't say anything else. He just continued to drink his tea. After a while, Xianxia looked away. We've investigated you and you've only cultivated for 7 years. You've only risen to prominence in the past 2 years. Before the innerverse and outerverse were separated, you could only dominate the younger generation. But ever since then you've completely changed. You started off by killing Enlighters and became a famous overlord of the outerverse. I'm very curious. Have you been hiding all this time or did you really suddenly obtain an opportunity? Lu Yin looked up. What does this have to do with our cooperation? If you want to cooperate, you need to have some understanding of your partner. Our Amethyst Trading Company is confident that we can investigate anyone's background in the outerverse, but we're very surprised by your sudden rise to prominence. What's even more surprising is that we can't find any reason why you can kill Enlighters. Where did you get those external items? How did you obtain those secret techniques? And even how did you leave the pirate port alive? We don't know any of this. Lu Yin smiled. I'm here to buy information, not to provide it. Xianxia casually took out a chip from her cosmic ring and placed it on the coffee table. This records all the powers that are connected to the Great Eastern Alliance and Aegis. As long as you tell me, this chip will be yours. Lu Yin thought for a moment and then tapped the table with a single finger. Those who knew him well knew that this was a habit of his. After looking at the chip, Lu Yin said, Back then the Innerverse Sun family and the Day-Night clan worked together to deal with me and obstruct the establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance. Not only did the Sun family personally interfere, but they even filed a lawsuit against me to the Hall of Honor. Do you know about this? Xianxia nodded. I do. The Sun family was abandoned by the Hall of Honor, and the Day-Night clan didn't try to deal with you. They're even more low-key now. Lu Yin nodded. Do you know how Darkstar Gorge was destroyed? Xianxia nodded. I do. Darkstar Gorge colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance and was destroyed by the Hall of Honor. The Day-Night clan, Sun family and Darkstar Gorge all tried to obstruct me from establishing the Great Eastern Alliance, but they all failed. There's a common point. At this point Lu Yin paused and didn't say anything else. He just looked at Zhi Xianxian with a strange smile. Zhi Xianxian's expression changed. The Hall of Honor. The common point here was the Hall of Honor. She looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. Could it be that you're? Lu Yin raised a hand to stop her. I didn't say anything to you and I can't say anything. Zhi Xianxian finally understood. It was no wonder why Lu Yin had been able to obtain so many opportunities and establish the Great Eastern Alliance so quickly. Even the Amethyst Trading Company couldn't find any information about him. This person was definitely someone from the Hall of Honor. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain why the Hall of Honor supported him so much. Even the Sun family and the Day-Night clan had been abandoned. The Hall of Honor's support for him was too great. Those external items that could kill Enlighters must have also come from the Hall of Honor. Otherwise, how could a puny Limiter have obtained an external item that could kill an Enlighter? Even the Amethyst Trading Company couldn't possibly have such a powerful external item. Only the Hall of Honor had it. It was rumored that during the war in Iron Blood Weave, this person had obtained many additional Iron Blood points as a reward, which was very abnormal. How could a Limiter accomplish such a feat? Some people even said that this person had defeated an old freak whose power level exceeded 300,000. How could that be possible? However, if this person had the support of the Hall of Honor, then everything made sense. The more Zhi Xianxian thought about it, the more she felt that it made sense. This person in front of her definitely had the support of the Hall of Honor, which meant that they were supporting him in establishing the Great Eastern Alliance. Wait, could it be that the Hall of Honor's goal was the entire Outerverse? Zhi Xianxian felt like she had discovered a huge secret. Although the Hall of Honor had always been above the universe, they had rarely interfered with the Outerverse's affairs. Now that the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, could their policies have changed? Zhi Xianxian's thoughts were a mess. The Hall of Honor was not something that the four major corporations could compare to. It was also not a colossus like Shamrock Enterprises, Aurora Enterprises or the Mavis Bank. The Hall of Honor was a true master of everything. Once they decided to act, who could stop them? This person in front of her had a huge background behind him. Lu Yin chuckled inwardly as he knew that Zhi Xianxian had misunderstood. This was exactly what he wanted. It was not that Zhi Xianxian was stupid, but rather that the Hall of Honor's support for him was too misleading. He knew that it was because of his futon, but others did not. Everyone thought that he had the Hall of Honor as his backer. Furthermore, with the guidance that Zhi Xianxian had given him, even Wei Rong found it hard to deny and could only choose to believe it. He slowly reached out and picked up the chip. Zhi Xianxian saw this, but she did not stop him. She was still thinking about what to do if the Hall of Honor wanted to support this person to unify the Outerverse. What would happen to the Outerverse structure? She did not know, as this situation was too complicated. What are you guys planning to do? Zhi Xianxian stared at Lu Yin. She had originally wanted to cause some trouble for her brother, but now she had discovered a huge secret. If this matter was not handled properly, then it was very likely that the Amethyst Trading Company would be completely destroyed. Against the Hall of Honor, even if the four major corporations worked together, it would not matter. Lu Yin smiled at her. What do you think? Zhi Xianxian's voice was a little dry. You want to unify the Outerverse? Lu Yin twirled the chip between his fingers. I don't know, and even if I did, I wouldn't say anything. The consequences are very serious, so it's best if you don't say anything or make wild guesses. Your guesses might not be correct. That had to be it. Zhi Xianxian confirmed her guess. The more this person denied it and refused to say anything, the more she believed him. Alliance Master Lu, our Amethyst Trading Company has never had any ill intentions towards you. We are and will remain so in the future. We are just dutiful businessmen, Zhi Xianxian said gently. Lu Yin smiled. I know, which is why I'm here to do business with you. Zhi Xianxian retracted her gaze and smiled. I'll give you the chip. The people inside should be enough for you to deal with for a while. That's not enough. Once I deal with them, the others will immediately withdraw. I need a list of all the organizations. Zhi Xianxian replied, although there's only a portion of them, they're too large. With Alliance Master Lu's current control over the Alliance, it won't be easy to wipe them all out. Any more and it'll be even more impossible. Alliance Master Lu, you're not thinking of devouring Aegis in one go, are you? That's impossible. Lu Ying thought about it and realized that she was right. The number of organizations recorded in the chip was just enough for the Alliance army to deal with. If there were any more, not only would the various weaves not attack them, but they might even notify Aegis in advance to do them a favor. Lu Ying didn't hold much hope for those organizations, so he stood up. We had a pleasant chat today. Miss Xianxia, thank you for your gift. Xianxia hurriedly denied it. It's not a gift. It's an exchange of equal value. Lu Ying smiled. It seemed that the Amethyst Trading Company's principle of neutrality was deeply ingrained in their bones. They clearly knew that he had the Hall of Honor as his backer, but they were still unwilling to support him. That was fine, since at least they wouldn't support Aegis. Aegis alone was already so troublesome, and he couldn't afford to offend the other corporations for the time being. In a corner of vast Earth weave, 3 planets were connected together and orbiting a giant star. Spacecraft occasionally took off or landed on one of the planets. Outside of the planets, the fluctuations of detection spread throughout the surrounding space. Chapter 749. This was one of Aegis' secret training bases in vast Earth weave, and it was also the largest training base in vast Earth weave. Every year at least 10,000 mercenaries, assassins and bodyguards would be sent out from this place. The cruel yet dull training continued day after day. To the trainees, the days here were endless. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm sounded, and dozens of light beams shot towards the 3 planets from afar. This was an attack from a warship. Aegis activated its defensive shield, and one after another the spacecraft shot into the void, only to be shot down by the light beams. Light beams shot from all directions, and Aegis base did not have any time to react. They did not even have time to speak. Several figures stepped into the void from the planet and attacked in a single direction. They were cruisers who were in charge of guarding this base. At some point in time, a figure had appeared in outer space and was standing there quietly. 4 cruisers rushed out from the planet and faced the figure directly. This is Aegis base. Who are you people? The figure grinned. The Great Eastern Alliance's allied forces. The cruisers were aghast and their faces paled. They looked at each other and then gritted their teeth and attacked at the same time. The person in front of them was a hunter and they had no confidence in defeating him. During this period of time, the Great Eastern Alliance had been at war with Aegis, and they all knew that once they encountered the Great Eastern Alliance's army, there would be no need for discussion. It would be a battle to the death. This hunter did not come from one of the 8 weaves' great powers, but rather from one of the eastern weaves. He was a wandering cultivator and he faced the 4 cruisers. He wielded a long sword and slashed through outer space. One of the cruisers died on the spot and the other 3 used their own battle techniques. However, the difference between a cruiser and a hunter was too great. Even if these people had undergone training, they were still just ordinary cruisers. At most, their concealment abilities were slightly better, but they were quickly reduced to pools of blood under the hunter's blade. Suddenly, the hunter's long sword flew out, and the blade transformed into a dazzling white light that slashed out in all directions. It tore through outer space and forced one of the figures out. His Highness was right. There really is a hidden assassin. The hunter's blade slashed down from above. The figure that had been forced out was also a cruiser, but he was unable to resist this terrifying blade and was split in half. 5 cruisers were guarding the base, which was the strength of Aegis. Back when Undying Yushan had been in the Great Yu Empire, only the captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons had been at the cruiser realm or above. There had been less than 20 cruisers in the entire empire, but there were 5 of them in this base, and this was only one of Aegis bases in the eastern weaves. With the death of the 5 cruisers, Aegis base was quickly destroyed. At the same time, the Allied army began to clear out the other 14 secret bases in the eastern weaves. Not every base had 5 cruisers standing guard, but there was at least one. Lu Ying had even sent the 13 Imperial squadrons to participate in the battle, and only then were all of the secret bases destroyed at the same time. Not only these secret bases, but also some forces that had deep cooperation with Aegis were wiped out by the coalition forces. The Allied forces even went to North Castle Weave and other places to clear out some of the local forces. This single operation shocked the entire Eastern Weaves. Not only were they shocked by the Great Eastern Alliance's strength, but they were also shocked by Aegis' strength. Who would have thought that a mere bodyguard company would actually have such enormous battle potential? All of the mercenaries that had been wiped out by the Great Eastern Alliance were enough to start a war for hegemony over an entire weave. The vast Dearth sect and the other powers were even more aware of Aegis' strength, and they were both afraid and relieved. Such a terrifying monster had been hiding right beside them, and they had not even noticed it. This time even Aegis had been caught off guard. They could allow some of the bases and powers to be wiped out, but the previous round of wiping out was different. Those were hidden bases and powers, and even the upper echelons of Aegis were not aware of their locations. How had the Great Eastern Alliance found out about them? The only possibility was the Amethyst Trading Company. Even with Aegis' arrogance and tyranny, they did not dare to claim that they could hide all of their operations from the Amethyst Trading Company. Aegis protested against the Amethyst Trading Company. Although they were tyrannical, they did not dare to force the Amethyst Trading Company too much. As one of the 4 major corporations, they had a similarly deep foundation. They did not care about a loose organization like the Great Eastern Alliance on the surface, but they were wary of a power like the Amethyst Trading Company that was hidden deeply. There was a loud bang as a young man angrily smashed a table in a luxurious office at the top of a skyscraper. What is she trying to do? Does she want us to go to war with Aegis? That bitch, that idiot. The young man's name was Zifeng, and he was the first successor to the Amethyst Trading Company. He was also the future chairman of the trading company. The Amethyst Trading Company had been developing normally, and no matter what happened in the outside world, it had nothing to do with them. However, a call had disrupted his peaceful life. The board of directors had contacted him and asked him to investigate who had leaked the location of Aegis base to the Great Eastern Alliance. There was no need to investigate. It had to be that bitch Xianxia, as she was the only one in the Great Eastern Alliance. As he thought about it, Zifeng immediately contacted Xianxia. After waiting for a long time, Xianxia's image finally appeared on the screen. She had a lazy expression and it was obvious that she had just slept. She was even chewing on some fruit and she appeared to be very relaxed. Zifeng grew angry when he saw her. Did you sell the location of Aegis base to Lu Yin? Xianxia blinked and then swallowed the fruit. Bro, when did you become the chairman? Congratulations. Zifeng was furious. Xianxia, don't test my patience. You should know how serious this matter is. Aegis has never had any enmity with us, and your actions will destroy the relationship that we've maintained for countless years. It will also cause the trading company to suffer losses. Xianxia played with her hair. Bro, are you saying that our Amethyst Trading Company is afraid of Aegis? It's not a matter of fear. There's no need to provoke Aegis. They're a bunch of lunatics and you wouldn't want to be targeted by a bunch of lunatics while you're doing well, right? Zifeng said, his tone softening slightly. Xianxia thought about it. Right, it wouldn't be good to be targeted by lunatics. Alright, if Lu Yin comes again I won't sell to him anymore. Zifeng relaxed and his gaze softened as he looked at Xianxia. Good. You have to understand how serious this matter is. None of the 4 major corporations are easy to provoke. If we provoke Aegis, our trading company will suffer great losses as well. Then what about this matter? Xianxia was puzzled. Zifeng replied, I'll take care of it. Don't have any dealings with Lu Yin in the future. You should know that. He then hung up. Xianxia watched the screen disappear and smiled happily. Dear bro, I said that I wouldn't sell to Lu Yin, but I didn't say that I wouldn't give it to him. The trouble has only just begun. Who told you to scold me? Zifeng did not understand women at all. Sometimes women did not need to be rational, they just needed to be happy. After wiping out the majority of Aegis forces in the Eastern Weaves, Lu Yin did not relax. Instead he ordered the Great Eastern Alliance to be on full alert as Aegis would definitely retaliate. During his trip to the Amethyst Trading Company, Lu Yin had a deep impression of Sister Ye, especially when she had said, the media's responsibility is to tell the public the truth. Lu Yin felt that he should give the outerverse a chance to get to know him. Kai Jinqiang, Phelan Wei Rong and many others did not know him. They had only heard about him through the internet and rumors, and none of them had a high opinion of him. This made Lu Yin very uncomfortable, and it also made him realize something important. He had allowed the media to promote him too freely. Many media outlets had a very low opinion of him, and Lu Yin checked the internet himself. The Eastern weaves were still fine, as no media outlets dared to offend him. However, the further west he went, the worse the media's opinions of him became. They said that he was shrewd, ambitious, ruthless, and disregarded the lives of others. Lu Yin's eyebrows twitched as he read. Was he such a person? Definitely not, as these people were slandering him. Was being smart called shrewd? Was not being ambitious because he did not want his fate to be controlled by others? Was killing one's enemies ruthless? The universe adhered to the law of the jungle, where the strong were respected. If he did not act this way, then he would be trampled underfoot by others sooner or later. The media's greatest use was to spread the word. In other words, it was to increase one's reputation. Lu Yin could not allow others to slander his reputation, as it would not be beneficial to his recruitment of talents and his future development. He pondered for a moment and then called for Sister Ye from the Empire Morning Post. Sister Ye's name was Aya, and she had originally planned to interview an important person. However, she had not expected to receive an invitation from King Zishan's palace. She recalled Lu Yin's face and hurriedly packed her luggage before following the soldiers to the palace. "Miss Aya, please take a seat," Lu Yin smiled. Aya was nervous, as this was not the Amethyst Trading Company. The person in front of her was speaking to her as the royal regent, which made it difficult for her to breathe. Lu Yin smiled and had Zhao Ran pour her a glass of fruit juice. Girls did not necessarily like tea. "Miss Aya, I called you here because I have some questions for you," Lu Yin said. Aya respectfully replied, "Please speak, Your Highness." "Have you seen the descriptions of me on the internet?" Lu Yin asked. Aya thought about it and then nodded. "Some of the descriptions are intentionally slandering you, but you don't have to take them to heart." Lu Yin looked at her. "I wouldn't have cared in the past, but not now. Do you think there's any way to reverse my negative image? I'm not just talking about the Eastern weaves but also the entire outerverse." I was troubled. "Your Highness, the Empire Morning Post's influence is limited to Frostwave Weave, and it can't even reach the Great Eastern Alliance, let alone the entire outerverse. If the Great Eastern Alliance fully supports me, is there any way to expand the media's influence to the entire outerverse?" Lu Yin asked. Aya shook her head. "It's very difficult. The larger media outlets are all supported by local powers, and they speak on behalf of the local powers. If a foreign media outlet wants to enter the outerverse, they either have to follow the local powers or they won't be able to survive. Then it's not possible for me to change my image." Lu Yin asked. Chapter 750. Aya thought about it and then said, "Actually, it's not like there's no other way. With a single word from Your Highness, the entire Great Eastern Alliance will support you. In that case, the larger the Great Eastern Alliance is, the greater its influence will be. The media can only follow the Empire's lead. Otherwise, any news will be sealed." After chatting with Aya for a while, Lu Yin allowed her to leave. The media's responsibility was indeed to publicize the truth. But was that truth really the truth? Lu Yin laughed. If the outside world could not influence him, then he would just temporarily influence the Great Eastern Alliance. He contacted Gavin and had him issue an order to all the media in the Great Eastern Alliance to praise him. He only had 2 words and that was enough. He did not care about what the outside world thought, but at the very least, the entire Great Eastern Alliance had to be filled with praises for him. Fame was something that could not be seen or touched, but it was much more useful than one could imagine. Ever since old Gouda had died, Hai Chi had gone to the Astral River to explore again. Lu Yin suddenly thought of Wendy and he wondered how her injuries had been. He then headed to the 5th princess residence, but he found that Wendy was not there. She had not gone into seclusion, but had instead left with a young man. "Eloped? 7th bro, your woman eloped with someone else," the monkey shouted. Lu Yin blocked the monkey and used his star energy to outline Ku Wei's face in the void. "Is it him?" The guard from the princess residence hurriedly replied, "Yes. This person requested to see the princess a few days ago, and then the princess left with him. They haven't returned since." "Did they say where they went?" Lu Yin asked with a frown. The guard shook his head. Lu Yin had ordered the Empire to pay attention to Ku Wei's whereabouts. If Wendy Yushan had left with him, then did that mean that he had discovered traces of the Yu bloodline? This made Lu Yin feel uneasy. If the Yu bloodline really did come out, then who would be in charge of the Great Yu Empire? If Undying Yushan was still alive, then would he still be able to act as the royal regent? Not long after, Ban Jiu contacted Lu Yin and informed him that the 200 androids had been successfully created. Lu Yin arrived at the technology department and saw the 200 androids quietly standing there. Their rune lines were close to the cruiser realm and he was ecstatic. He immediately assigned these androids to the Imperial Court's first squadron. 200 peak explorers was a terrifying force, and if they were released it would shock many people. Even Aegis was unable to mobilize so many peak explorers in such a short period of time. Currently, the entire 1st Imperial Squadron was made up of Lu Yin's people. Kais Yu Xianzi and Xiaohua and Offan had joined early on, while Li Zimo and Beiqing had joined later on. These people were all gifted, and with the addition of the 200 androids and himself, the 1st Imperial Squadron's strength completely surpassed that of the other 12 squadrons. Even if Undying Yushan was still alive, unless Lu Yin's strength was too great to resist, Lu Yin would be able to protect himself with his own strength. However, there might be some old monsters in the Yu bloodline. That was the most terrifying part. Beep. A call came in and Lu Yin's gaze turned solemn. Aegis revenge was coming soon. He had eradicated more than half of Aegis forces within the Great Eastern Alliance. Aegis was unable to cause chaos within the Great Eastern Alliance, so they could only prepare for a direct battle. The news had come from the bespectacled Mist Child. Aegis had released a message to the world of assassins, and they were gathering all of their assassins to prepare for a surprise attack on Xenu Star. They were going to eliminate the entire upper echelon of the Great Yu Empire. Many weaves in the Outerverse had been cut off from the outside world, but even so, Aegis was still able to gather a large number of assassins and mercenaries. In addition, there was also an enlighter like Lord Egret. If Aegis really launched a surprise attack on Xenu Star, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Yin did not doubt that Aegis had the ability to stealthily infiltrate Frostwave Weave. These assassins and mercenaries had all been trained, and they were not people that the Empire's soldiers could discover. Aegis' revenge was within Lu Yin's expectations, but he was not worried about Aegis at the moment. Instead, he was worried about Wei Rong. Aegis was powerful, but in reality they were nothing to be afraid of. Wei Rong was the hidden viper, and if he could hide behind the scenes and dismantle the Lockbreaker Society, then he could use Aegis to dismantle the Great Eastern Alliance as well. Lu Yin did not doubt that Wei Rong had the ability to do so. As he thought about it, he immediately contacted Phelan. President Phelan, how are things going with Source Peak Weave? Phelan was in a difficult position on her screen. Source Peak Weave is very far from the Great Eastern Alliance, and there are also several weaves in between. They are not willing to join the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin solemnly said, "Raise the price." President Phelan, I hope that you can help me complete this task. I can guarantee that you will not be mistreated. I already have a rough idea of Deng Pu's whereabouts, and he has true insight. If you can help me pull Source Peak Weave into the Great Eastern Alliance, I will give you a share of true insight. Phelan's eyes lit up. You know Deng Pu's whereabouts? Lu Yin smiled and nodded. That's right. My people discovered him in the astral wilderness, but unfortunately he managed to slip away. However, he won't be able to escape, and it won't be long before we capture him. I hope that you can give me a reason to give you true insight by then. He then hung up. He had been investigating Deng Pu's whereabouts all this time, but unfortunately he had not been able to find any traces of him. However, this did not stop him from tempting Phelan. There was no lockbreaker who did not care about true insight, as it was a lockbreaker's supreme treasure. On Source Peak Planet, Lu Yin was not the only one who had seen the Corpse King being disintegrated by true insight. Phelan had also seen it. She understood how terrifying a source box array was, and true insight was very attractive to her. Lu Yin had never hoped that she would be able to pull Source Peak Weave into the Great Eastern Alliance, as he had only wanted to tie down Wei Rong's energy. Lu Yin's actions were correct, as regardless of the results, Wei Rong's energy had been tied down. Although Phelan had left Wei Xinra as an escape route and had occasionally given Wei Rong some information, the allure of true insight was too great, and she had been unable to refuse it. She had taken the matter of Source Peak Weave seriously, which had resulted in Wei Rong personally heading to Source Peak Weave to obstruct her. Lu Yin did not know to what extent Source Peak Weave would be able to tie down Wei Rong, but he could not rely on that. What he was truly counting on was his dai. Only the dai could give him the confidence to deal with Aegis. Seventh bro, why didn't you use the Hall of Honor to suppress Aegis? They actually dared to openly assassinate you. If you die, the Hall of Honor will pursue the matter to the end. Taking revenge for you is the same as slapping the Hall of Honor's face, the monkey said. The Hall of Honor is not a bodyguard. Investigating the cause of death and taking revenge is to protect the Hall of Honor's dignity. The Hall of Honor does not interfere in the disputes between the powers, and as long as Aegis does not kill me, the Hall of Honor will not interfere. Even if we destroy the Great Yu Empire, the Hall of Honor will not interfere. If we want to deal with Aegis, then we'll have to do it ourselves, Lu Yin said. It was not that he did not want to use the Hall of Honor to destroy Aegis, but if he did, then the Hall of Honor would not help him. Even if they did, it would be tantamount to breaking the rules, which would lead to very bad consequences. This was also why the Hall of Honor had never interfered in the disputes between the powers. Otherwise, when he had first established the Great Eastern Alliance, a single word from Elder Lohar would have been enough, and there would have been no need to go through so much trouble. The Hall of Honor had transcended the various great powers and maintained their dignity. If they interfered, then the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Aegis was truly crazy. They clearly knew that Lu Yin had 11 honor points, but they still dared to send Feng Zi to assassinate him. Were they certain that Lu Yin would not die? Or were they so crazy that they did not fear the Hall of Honor? The separation of the inner verse and outer verse had made them too arrogant. Even the Day-Night clan did not dare to openly provoke the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin's expression changed as he thought of another possibility. Lu Yin returned to King Zishan's palace and immediately went into seclusion. Aegis, the Yu bloodline and the ruins of the Daoist sect. Everything required strength. It was true that he wanted to increase his own strength, but he did not have the time to do so. Just like when the inner verse and outer verse had been separated, when he had faced the threat of Karthika, he needed to have enough strength to shake everything. After blocking the monkey, Lu Yin took out a few items. The first was his universal armor, which could withstand the attacks of about 300,000 powerhouses. Although some of the attacks could penetrate the armor and injure his body, his physical strength alone was enough to withstand them. The second item was a money bomb, which was the only remaining money bomb that he had. It had already been upgraded to the point where it could instantly kill an enlighter. Combined with progenitor Wuxiang's hide, it was enough to kill an enlighter. This was his trump card. Unfortunately, Granny Chan had leaked the information and many people knew about his method of killing enlighters. It would be very difficult to succeed with this method, and the small piece of progenitor Wuxiang's hide was still suppressing the corpse in the primal zone. The money bomb in his hands was a little too big and it would easily arouse suspicion. Lu Yin only had these two items that he could rely on. Right, there was also Elder Wu's poison. The rest, such as the Eniatic wings, the pike, the spear and the void thunderbeast's flesh had all been destroyed. It was time to add another batch of items that could threaten an enlighter. Due to the establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance, the congratulatory gifts from various parties, and the gains from Old Gouda and the destruction of Aegis Base had allowed Lu Yin to obtain several decent items that could be upgraded to the point where they could threaten an enlighter. Lu Yin raised his hand and his die appeared. He took a deep breath and placed his cosmic ring to the side. He tapped it and the die slowly spun until it finally stopped at enhance. Lu Yin quickly put away his cosmic ring, and the scene in front of him changed as he appeared in the time-stop space. He felt more at ease here as long as he had enough time he would definitely be able to roll enhance. As he thought about this, he allowed the die to return to its original state. He tapped it again and it spun until it finally stopped at enhance. Lu Yin was delighted as everything had gone smoothly. The first item was the bracers which he had obtained from Old Gouda. They were a power vessel, and according to Old Gouda, as long as he wore the bracers, he would be able to increase his arm's strength by twofold. However, it could not exceed the upper limit of a hunter's strength. Lu Yin had tested them out and they could only increase his strength to the level of a hunter. However, that did not matter. He eagerly placed the bracers on the screen above the die's enhance and then frantically added star essence. As he watched the bracers level up again and again, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Finally, when the bracers reached a point where Lu Yin felt his heart palpitate, he put them away. The wrist guard had been upgraded 7 times, and it had cost him a total of 20,000 star essence, which was much more than what he had spent on the spear. The spear had been upgraded 13 times, but it had only cost him 27,000 star essence, which was slightly less than what he had spent on the spear. Upgrading the spear 6 times had cost him 26,000 star essence. Different items required different amounts of energy to upgrade them. The Void Thunderbeast's flesh had also consumed a lot, but Lu Yin had not calculated it because it could not be changed. No matter how much energy he consumed, he could only consume it. Thanks. 5421014. Thank you for your support. 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 Chapter 751. Now that he had the bracers, he could double his strength, and a single punch would be enough to blow apart a peak hunter. His upper limit should be around 300,000 in Lighter's physical strength. Lu Yin wondered if he could destroy Aiden's thunder shield with a single punch. He was really looking forward to it. With over 50,000 star essence left, Lu Yin took out a box without hesitation. Within the box was a transparent bead that was about the size of a palm. He did not know what this thing was called, but it was also from Old Gouda's collection. It was a power vessel. Old Gouda did not care much about it, as this bead's function was to absorb an opponent's strength and then reflect it back. Unfortunately, it could only absorb the strength of an explorer at most. To Old Gouda it was useless to him, but it would be a waste to discard it. This was why he had not mentioned it to Lu Yin back then. Fortunately, Lu Yin had noticed this bead when he had people clean up Old Gouda's belongings. It was useless to Old Gouda, but it was very useful to Lu Yin. It could absorb attacks and then reflect them back, which was a wonderful use. He named the bead the Rebound Bead, which was simple and straightforward, and then he began to rapidly upgrade it. He liked this bead more than the bracers or the pike. If he used it well, he could beat his enemies until they started to doubt themselves. Thus, Lu Yin did not hesitate to upgrade it 11 times, which cost him 35,000 star essence. If he wanted to upgrade it again, he would need another 20,000 star essence. He only had 20,000 left, so he could not upgrade it any further. However, the Rebound Bead that had been upgraded 11 times should be able to reflect 200,000 in Lighter's attacks. Even if he upgraded it again, he would only be able to absorb 20,000 power levels at most, which would not make much of a difference. Once he had enough money, he could upgrade the Rebound Bead to the point where it could absorb 300,000 power levels. At that point, he would be able to move unhindered in the Outerverse. Lu Yin decided to leave it at that for now, as there was still one more good item that he needed to upgrade. Super Flash Accelerator. Lu Yin looked at the teardrop bomb in his hand, as this was the item that he urgently needed to upgrade. Super Flash Accelerator teardrop bombs were generally weapons used by ordinary people, and no matter how effective they were useless against cultivators. However, when they had been clearing out an Aegis base, the Allied forces had suffered losses. Aegis base had gone crazy and forcefully upgraded their flash bombs to the point where they could temporarily blind even explorers. A single attack had caused the Allied forces to lose several explorers. This incident had attracted Lu Yin's attention, and he felt that this idea was very good. He then had Banjiu use Polarium Essence as the raw material for the Super Flash Accelerator. Teardrop bombs were used to save one's life, and because they were ordinary weapons, they did not require too many star essences. Lu Yin began to improve. Although these flashbangs weren't power vessels and didn't require a lot of star essence to upgrade them, they still needed to be upgraded many times in order to be effective against hunters or even in lighters. Lu Yin upgraded a single stun grenade 22 times, which cost him a total of 6,000 star essence. From what he could tell, this stun grenade's effects were enough to temporarily blind a peak hunter or even cause him to cry. He only had enough money left to upgrade 2 more stun grenades, which meant that he had upgraded a total of 3 stun grenades. There weren't many tear bombs, but they could play a miraculous role at critical moments. He was out of money again. Lu Yin looked at his cosmic ring, which was now completely empty. At his peak, he had nearly 200,000 star essence, but he had used up more than half of his dye's 6 pips. Now he only had around 2,000 star essence left. He couldn't help but want to collect his debt from the Great Yu Empire, as the empire still owed him 80,000 star essence. He sighed as he still had 2 days left in the time-stop space. He rested for a while and silently circulated his Sirius to absorb star energy. In Source Peak Weave, a giant spacecraft floated in outer space. 5 screens appeared in front of Wei Rong and 5 figures appeared on each of the screens. There were both men and women, and although they were all humans, there were still some subtle differences. These 5 people each represented one of the central weaves, and 5 of the weaves were at the helm of the central weaves. Even with Wei Rong's arrogant attitude, he did not dare to be too impudent in front of these 5 people. The arrogance in his eyes vanished, replaced by humility and indignation. "Are you saying that the Great Eastern Alliance is targeting one of our weaves?" one of them asked in a low voice. Wei Rong nodded and angrily replied, "You should know about Lu Yin. He's always been arrogant and conceited, and he even dared to provoke the Day-Night clan in the Innerverse. Now he's formed the Great Eastern Alliance with the goal of unifying the Outerverse, and one of our weaves is his next target." Someone sneered. "Unify the Outerverse? What a joke. Even an enormous power like the Day-Night clan in the Innerverse can't do that, let alone Lu Yin. You overestimate him. In the end, he's still a young man who thinks too much." "Hee hee." Wei Rong replied, "What if he has the support of the Hall of Honor?" The group's expressions changed. "He has the support of the Hall of Honor? I'm not sure at the moment, but during the formation of the Great Eastern Alliance, this person was taken care of by the Hall of Honor many times. The Hall of Honor's attitude towards him could not be more obvious. Perhaps unifying the Outerverse is also the Hall of Honor's intention," Wei Rong said. The group fell silent. "So what if it's the Hall of Honor?" Now that the Innerverse and Outerverse have been separated, the Hall of Honor's strength is not as terrifying as imagined. Furthermore, the Great Eastern Alliance is currently facing Aegis, and the Eastern Weaves are remote. They might not know much about Aegis, but how can we not? "Aegis' strength is extraordinary," someone said. "That's right. We'll see if the Great Eastern Alliance can stop Aegis, but I don't think so. Aegis has enlighters." Wei Rong did not interrupt and instead quietly listened to their discussion. This was within his expectations, as if alliances were so easy to establish, then the Outerverse 72 weaves would not have been divided for so many years. Wei Rong felt that the Hall of Honor's words in support of Lu Yin were highly credible, and as long as there was even a sliver of credibility, he would plan for the worst. The central weaves were not the Eastern weaves, as Ironblood Weave's situation was special. The Eastern weaves were considered relatively remote in the Outerverse, and the majority of the Outerverse powers did not dare to enter the Eastern weaves for fear of being captured by Ironblood Weave. As a result, they did not know much about the Eastern weaves and did not pay attention to the Great Eastern Alliance's situation. Actually, Wei Rong was the same. When he had traveled the entire Outerverse, he had not visited the Eastern weaves. One reason was because he was apprehensive about Ironblood Weave, and another reason was that he did not think much of the Eastern weaves. Many experts had left the Eastern weaves, either for the Innerverse or the West. The group in front of him was the same. Wei Rong did not expect them to be afraid of the Great Eastern Alliance, as this conversation was just to leave an impression. If the Great Eastern Alliance was destroyed by Aegis, then everything could be discussed. If even Aegis could not deal with the Great Eastern Alliance, then their attitudes towards the Great Eastern Alliance would change, which would be beneficial for Wei Rong to unite with the Central Weaves. The group discussed for a while before ending the call. Wei Rong stood in place and stared into the darkness of outer space. Some people believed that the Eastern Weaves were frogs at the bottom of a well, but in reality they were the true frogs. He had a feeling that Aegis would not be able to defeat Lu Yin. No one knew what Lu Yin was hiding behind him, and not even the Amethyst Trading Company knew anything about him. Lu Yin was a mystery, and he had hidden too many secrets. "Young master, we've arrived at Ike Planet," someone reminded him. Wei Rong looked at the slowly rotating planet in front of him and adjusted his expression. The Ike clan was one of the strongest clans in Source Peak Weave, and only by roping in the Ike clan would he have a chance of winning over Source Peak Weave. Phelan had been in constant contact with the Ike clan during this time, and Wei Rong knew that she had communicated with Phelan before. He had wanted to threaten her into not taking action against Source Peak Weave, but Phelan's attitude had been rather unyielding this time. He did not know what kind of promise Lu Yin had given Phelan to make her so determined to win over Source Peak Weave, but Wei Rong would not allow Source Peak Weave to be pulled into the Great Eastern Alliance. For this reason he had personally come to Source Peak Weave, which would only add to his troubles. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and it had been a month since Lu Yin had left the Daoist sect's ruins. He did not plan on returning so soon. If he ran into one of the 10 arbiters or realmlings, then no amount of life-saving treasures would be of any use and it would be a waste. He would have to wait for a while. He did not know where Wendy had gone with Ku Wei as there was no news of her at all. However, Hai Chichi would occasionally send him news that she was safe. The situation on Xinwu continent was gradually stabilizing, as Ming Zhaoshu had used his infamous reputation in exchange for a temporary period of peace and stability for Ming Yan. Ming Yan had not let Ming Zhaoshu down, and she had stabilized Xinwu continent. Perhaps the white-haired Ming Yan had also contributed to this, as Xinwu continent was now stable. Lu Yin had originally wanted to send someone to help Ming Yan, but he gave up on that idea after some thought. Ming Yan had not followed him to the Great Yu Empire because she did not want to disappoint Ming Zhaoshu's expectations. If Lu Yin continued to keep an eye on her, then it would only make her feel uncomfortable. During this time, Lu Yin had also been secretly monitoring Luing Zishan, but he discovered that the ball of light had not appeared again. He was still worried about that ball of light and he did not know where it had come from. No one else had noticed this, and it was also possible that the person who had attacked Luing Zishan was afraid of Lu Yin, which was why they had not appeared again. Lu Yin had always kept this matter in mind. However, as time went on, it became increasingly impossible for him to monitor Luing Zishan. Luing Zishan was the commander of the allied armies, and it was impossible for her to remain on Xinyu Star. Now that Luing Zishan had become the commander of the allied armies, the position of captain of the 13th Imperial Squadron had become vacant. Lu Yin had thought about Lan Wu from the Nine Stacks sect, but he was not satisfied. His ideal captain was at least at the level of Huqing Shan or the Blind Monk. Even if they were not at the level of Aiden and the others, they should not be too far off. Lan Wu was just an ordinary hunter, and she was far from being Huqing Shan's opponent, let alone Aiden and the others. Aegis had been very quiet during this time, so quiet that it was frightening. The quieter it was, the more they were plotting something, which made Lu Yin rather uneasy. The information that the bespectacled Mistchild had sent to him had made him constantly vigilant against Aegis, but Aegis had a method to conceal their rune lines, which was the source of Lu Yin's greatest unease. If even he could not detect the traces of Aegis assassins, then there was no need to mention anyone else. If one was constantly on guard against assassins, then one's energy would not be able to keep up. Lu Yin wanted to take the initiative to attack, but he could not think of a way to do so. He had also visited the Amethyst Trading Company once, but Xianxia had told him that Aegis' remaining bases in the Great Eastern Alliance had all been removed, and the powers that they had cooperated with were gradually moving away. This made it impossible for him to find a target even if he wanted to. Aegis' complete relocation could only mean that they were preparing for a thunderous attack. This attack would definitely not be comparable to Feng Zi's assassination attempt. Chapter 752. After half a month of peace, one day a piece of news shook the outerverse and even Lu Yin was shocked. The Mavis Bank had been attacked, and not just one, but more than 100 banks scattered throughout the outerverse. Nearly half of them had been destroyed. This attack had been premeditated for a long time, and its target had been the Mavis Bank. Lu Yin could not believe it when he heard the news. Someone had actually attacked the Mavis Bank so quickly, and it had even been a large-scale attack. Every branch of the Mavis Bank had powerful defenses, and even a hunter might not be able to break through them. However, nearly half of them had been destroyed, which proved that the attackers were terrifyingly strong. Gavin had personally seen a hunter being torn apart by the Mavis Bank's giant tree. Even a normal branch had the power to kill a hunter. Could it be that the Mavis Bank had been attacked by more than 100 hunters? That was impossible. Lu Yin immediately headed to the Amethyst Trading Company to meet with Xianxia. At this moment she was sitting on a pink sofa and looking at the 3 rings of land in the sky, deep in thought. She was still in a daze when Lu Yin arrived. "I want to buy all the information on the attack on the Mavis Bank," Lu Yin said. Xianxia looked at him. "Qinghui 5-star essence." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This was his first time dealing with the Amethyst Trading Company, and he had to admit that the price was too high. 5-star essence was equivalent to 500,000 star crystals. "Don't look at me like that. The Mavis Bank was immediately sealed after the attack, so no one knows what happened except for us. It's up to you whether you want it or not," Xianxia said. Lu Yin gave Xianxia 5-star essence and she tossed him a chip. Lu Yin plugged it into his gadget and studied it carefully. The chip recorded detailed information on the attack on the Mavis Bank as well as some videos. Most of the attackers were explorers and there were less than 20 cruisers. There were even fewer hunters. The Mavis Bank that had been attacked had been very strong at first, and almost half of the attackers had been killed in an instant. Just as Lu Yin had expected, it had been the giant tree that had killed all of the attackers. The attackers had not been able to resist at all, and that tree was powerful enough to instantly kill a hunter. But all of a sudden, the tree rapidly withered, and the Mavis Bank's defenses were instantly obliterated. Nearly half of the bank was destroyed, and even if the remaining banks weren't destroyed, they were robbed. Lu Yin carefully read through Amethyst Trading Company's analysis. These attackers definitely came from different powers, and most of them were independent cultivators. They were basically trash. Lu Yin compared the 200 androids that he had brought with him would have been enough to wipe out all of them, but these trash had actually managed to rob the Mavis Bank and even succeed in doing so. It was very strange. The entire process was very strange, especially when the tree guarding the Mavis Bank actually withered. He didn't see anyone destroying the tree. Lu Yin looked at Xianxia in confusion, but before he could say anything Xianxia said, "Don't ask. The Amethyst Trading Company has already told you everything they know. What you don't know we don't know either." "Like that big tree?" Lu Yin asked. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin seriously. "The Mavis Bank dominates the universe's economy, and no one knows exactly how powerful they are. Any one of their branches has the ability to kill a hunter. This is common knowledge, but now this common knowledge has been shattered. To be honest, we don't know why either, and we want to know the reason even more than you do." "Who are the attackers?" Lu Yin asked. Xianxia replied, "We've already told you. What we know we also know. What you don't know we also don't know. All of our guesses about the attackers are written on that chip. Someone's behind the scenes? That's your guess. You really don't know who the mastermind is?" Lu Yin frowned. Xianxia rolled her eyes. "Don't insult our profession. The Amethyst Trading Company will always remain neutral. If you pay us, we'll tell you everything we know. We won't hide anything and we won't lie to you about what we don't know." Someone had actually attacked the Mavis Bank, which was something that Lu Yin had never expected. Wei Rong had made a very bad start, and Lu Yin had guessed that the next target would be a colossus that dominated the inner verse and outer verse, but he had never imagined that it would be the Mavis Bank. Among the many colossi, the Mavis Bank was at the top. Even with Jeffrey's Lockbreaker Society, Lu Yin did not think that it could surpass the Mavis Bank. Now, someone had inexplicably attacked the bank, and more importantly, the attack had succeeded. When he returned to King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin's eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately contacted Phantom Sting and had him secretly spread the news that the person who had attacked the Mavis Bank was from Aegis, and that Aegis was the mastermind behind all of this. Aegis might be planning to deal a thunderous blow to Lu Yin, so he wanted to see if the Mavis Bank could expose them. Lu Yin did not expect the Mavis Bank to deal with Aegis, and the Mavis Bank was not stupid. They would not believe him just because he asked someone to spread the news. All he wanted was information regarding Aegis. Regardless of whether the Mavis Bank believed him or not, there were too few organizations in the Outerverse that had the ability to act against them. Aegis was one of them, and they had been rather active recently. The Mavis Bank would definitely go and verify the information. Aegis was like a venomous snake hidden in the darkness, and Lu Yin hoped that the Mavis Bank would shine a light on them. Even if it was just a little bit, it would at least be enough to disgust Aegis. Of course, he did not hold out too much hope. He was just trying, and it did not matter if he failed. Lu Yin had just wanted to give it a try and disgust Aegis, but the results left him flabbergasted. An executive from the Mavis Bank had directly destroyed one of Aegis' bases, shocking countless people. Tyrannical, unreasonable, unreasonable. These were all words that were used to describe Aegis, but at this moment all of these words were used to describe the Mavis Bank. Aegis was famous for being tyrannical, but the Mavis Bank was even more tyrannical. It did not matter if Aegis was the mastermind behind all of this, the Mavis Bank had directly destroyed a base, and it had been a relatively important one at that. This had forced the executives of Aegis to step forward and negotiate with the Mavis Bank. The Mavis Bank's actions were simple and crude, just like how Aegis handled other organizations. They were looking down on them, or rather disregarding them. The Mavis Bank had treated their customers well for countless years, and their service was top-notch. Their reviews had always been good, but who would have thought that the moment they made a move, they would topple countless people's perceptions? The Mavis Bank was like an honest person. They looked easy to bully, but once they resisted, their enemies would not even have the chance to apologize. Aegis was like that as well. After their base was destroyed, they were forced to personally negotiate with the Mavis Bank in order to resolve the misunderstanding. This was the Mavis Bank, a true colossus. It was a terrifying power that Aegis did not even have the courage to go against. Zhou Xian had finally seen it for himself. He had only wanted to test Aegis, but he had not expected to find out about the Mavis Bank. This was a true colossus, and even Aegis would have to reason with it. It also depended on whether the Mavis Bank was willing to do so. They were too low-key. Zhou Xian looked at his star chart, which showed the locations of thousands of Mavis Bank branches. They were too low-key. Although he had always felt that the Mavis Bank was terrifying, as it would not have been able to dominate the universe's economy otherwise, he had not expected it to be this terrifying. The inner verse and outer verse had been cut off, and Aegis was becoming more and more tyrannical. However, they still did not dare to go against the Mavis Bank. Zhou Xian believed that after this test, the mastermind behind the attack on the Mavis Bank would not dare to have any ideas about Aegis for the time being. Could it be Wei Rong? Zhou Xian guessed. At that moment, Case arrived. Your Highness, the first squad has reported that there are people fighting on a barren planet outside of planet Hydrodink. Their power levels are over 100,000 and they are hunters. Do you know who it is? Zhou Xian asked. Case replied, no, the scouts don't dare to approach. Zhou Xian grunted. Got it. He then left King Zishan's palace and headed towards planet Hydrotink. He was not worried as Phelan, many lockbreakers and even Kai Jianxiang were on planet Hydrotink. Only an Enlighter would pose a threat, and the planet's defenses were not much weaker than Xenu stars. Planet Hydrodink and Xenu star were not too far apart, and when Zhou Xian arrived at the barren planet he saw a boundless blade slash down from above. Even though he was in outer space he could feel the might of a powerful army. This blade was filled with boundless battle intent, and it tore through the void. The planet trembled as the blade descended, and a cold light illuminated the heavens. The spacecraft monitoring the barren planet in the distance was instantly shattered. Zhou Xian subconsciously retreated, his expression solemn. This blade was terrifying and it was as majestic as a mountain. It had the power to cut through everything. Following that, wild star energy surged and the cold blade actually cracked apart. It did not completely fall, and it eventually shattered into fragments that pierced through the void and shot out in all directions. Zhou Yin's eyes trembled as this was Kai Jianxiang's strength. Someone was actually fighting against Kai Jianxiang, and based on the rune lines, this person was a peak hunter who was only a step away from becoming an Enlighter. When the blade completely dissipated, the rune lines of the attacker rapidly weakened, and it finally stabilized at a power level of around 150,000. Zhou Xian took a step forward and soared through the heavens, heading towards the barren planet. A huge crack appeared on the barren planet, and in the distance, turbid gas formed a tornado that connected the sky and the earth. This planet was filled with poisonous gas, and it was not a place where ordinary people could survive. From time to time, huge lightning bolts would streak across the sky. Zhou Xian looked over and saw a man carrying a large blade facing Kai Jianxiang. His sturdy muscles were bulging and a faint halo flowed around him. It was obvious that his body was powerful, and the ground beneath his feet had been completely shattered, but he had condensed it with his star energy. Brother Kai, it's been more than 10 years since we last met and you're still as strong as ever. Even though I've cultivated the 1,000 army / to its current level, I'm still not your opponent. Ah, you're truly the number one of our generation. The man laughed heartily, and then he suddenly looked up and glared at Lu Yin with a sharp gaze. He casually slashed out with his blade. Where did this rascal come from? Lu Yin's eyes trembled and he raised a hand to compress his star energy layer by layer. It then transformed into overlaying stacks and was instantly released. He used the Sky Beast claw to grab at the blade of light, and with a bang the blade of light shattered and dissipated into specks of light. The man below was astonished. Although he had casually unleashed that attack, it still contained the power of a hunter. Lu Yin was only an explorer, but he had actually been able to block it and even shatter the blade of light. Interesting. Chapter 753. Kai Jinxiang's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Yin shatter the blade. Brother Z, he's Lu Yin, the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader. The man was surprised. He's Lu Yin. Lu Yin landed and stood between Kai Jinxiang and the man. He nodded at Kai Jinxiang and then looked at the man. I'm Lu Yin. May I know who you are? Kai Jinxiang introduced himself. He's Zirong, the second young master of the Amethyst Company. Lu Yin was astonished and he carefully sized up Zirong. He had heard of this person before. Zirong was the second young master of the Amethyst Company, and he was not willing to participate in the company's affairs. He only liked to cultivate and fight, and he was a true battle maniac. When Lu Yin had first heard of this person, he had been curious, but he had not paid much attention to him. After all, a battle maniac did not have much influence on the Amethyst Company. Lu Yin had not expected to meet him here. Zirong faced Lu Yin and grinned. So you're Lu Yin. I heard that you have a nickname, the Enlighter's Nemesis. Let me see it. You can use any external item and I don't mind. He then lowered his blade and spat out blade light that distorted the void. He really was a battle maniac. Lu Yin replied, I'm not here to fight. Brother Z, I've heard a lot about you. Zirong sneered. I don't have a good reputation, so what's there to hear about? You, on the other hand, have killed quite a few Enlighters, and they were all Enlighters from the Innerverse. How powerful. Try my 1,000 army / Lu Yin's expression changed. This guy must be crazy. At this moment, Kai Jinxiang stepped in front of Lu Yin and spoke rudely to Zirong. Alliance leader Lu is just an explorer and you're not embarrassed to attack him. You're even older than him. Zirong laughed heartily and sheathed his blade. Age is nothing. The current 10 arbiters have taken turns picking on us old fellows, and I didn't even have the strength to retaliate. Let alone age, the world has changed. Kai Jinxiang growled. No matter what, Alliance leader Lu is an explorer and you're a hunter. This battle is not fair. Lu Yin's brows rose. So they still had to fight. Kai Jinxiang turned around and whispered to Lu Yin, Alliance leader Lu, there's something wrong with Zirong's brain. Every time he meets a powerful opponent. Lu Yin nodded and walked past Kai Jinxiang to face Zirong. Do you really want to fight? Zirong tightened his grip on his saber. Are you afraid? Alright, I can suppress my power to the explorer realm. Lu Yin shook his head. That would be too boring. That attack of yours seemed to have been tempered 1,000 times. I want to take it on. Kai Jinxiang's expression changed. Alliance Master Lu, don't be careless. Zirong's attack is comparable to an Enlighter's attack, and he swings his blade every day without slacking off. That attack is far more powerful than you can imagine. Birds of a feather flock together. If one did not reach this level, they would never be able to come into contact with certain people. Regardless of whether it was Kai Jinxiang, Aiden, or Yen Yen, they were all geniuses who possessed the ability to fight across realms. Lu Yin naturally knew this as he was looking at rune lines. Once upon a time, almighty Enlighters had seemed unreachable to him. Now that he had stepped into this realm, Enlighters were not that rare anymore and they had appeared in droves. This was his level, and it could also be said that he had the qualifications to frequently come into contact with Enlighters. Don't worry, I really want to experience the power of this boulder's blade. He did not want to subdue Zirong, but rather that attack had made him feel something different. What was cultivation? It was perseverance and perseverance. Although he was very powerful and had been invincible as a limiter and could even challenge a hunter with his current strength as an explorer, he had always felt that he was missing something. His strength had been built on his die and his luck. The only thing he lacked was perseverance. He did not recite the Stonewall scriptures every day, and he did not constantly circulate his serious art. His battle force had improved by leaps and bounds, and there was no need to mention his domain. Even he himself did not know why it was constantly improving. In short, all of his strength had nothing to do with perseverance. However, Zirong's attack had made him feel an extraordinary perseverance. He wanted to directly experience his own path of cultivation and see how he should go about it. Zirong looked at Lu Yin in admiration. "You're courageous. I've heard that you have a secret technique that can even divert an enlighter's attack. It won't be impossible for you to take my attack head-on." Lu Yin shook his head. "If I use a secret technique, then what's the point of taking your attack? Come on." Zirong's eyes lit up and he looked at Kai Jianxiang. "No wonder you're willing to protect planet Hydrodink for him. I Zirong acknowledge your courage." Kai Jianxiang wanted to say that he had not stayed behind because of Lu Yin, but because of his experience as a lockbreaker. However, he could not bring himself to say it as Lu Yin's performance had convinced him. Not everyone had the courage to take Zirong's attack head-on, let alone an explorer. Kai Jianxiang's gaze towards Lu Yin changed once again. The rumors from the outside world could not be trusted. As Zirong raised his blade, the layers of phantoms froze and then slowly dissipated. It was clearly not very fast, but it was impossible for Kai Jianxiang to discern it with the naked eye. The next moment, a shocking blade light descended, accompanied by an indescribable aura. No matter how powerful this attack was, it would definitely be able to split open the heavens and open up a path for Lu Yin. This was what Lu Yin could feel. The moment the blade light descended, Lu Yin could feel Zirong's spirit. He could feel Zirong's persistence in wielding his blade day and night. He could feel Zirong's willpower, and it made Lu Yin feel as if he was facing a boulder that could not be worn down by time. He could not win. Lu Yin subconsciously wanted to put on his universal armor and use the Yu secret art. This had already become a habit, but when he sensed Zirong's willpower, he resisted the urge. The rune lines from the blade light before him did not belong to an enlighter, so Zirong had not used his full strength. However, each of his attacks was serious, and although they were not as powerful as when he had fought against Kai Jianxiang, his willpower, spirit and persistence were still displayed. Lu Yin's eyes widened and his domain erupted, sweeping out in all directions. 8-lined battle force imprint covered his body, and visible shockwaves blasted out in all directions. He raised a hand and his palm transformed into a claw as an ancient beast's roar rang out. At this moment he released his comprehension of the sky beast claw with the support of his 8-lined battle force and domain, clawing at the shocking blade light. With a bang, the ground split apart as countless invisible forces tore through the atmosphere and rushed into outer space. The spacecraft that was monitoring the planet shook, and layers of ripples spread out into the distance. Lu Yin was viciously slammed into the ground by the blade light. Although the sky beast claw had blocked the attack, it still dissipated. In terms of true power, he could fight against a hunter, but that only applied to ordinary hunters. Zirong was a hunter who had the qualifications to challenge an enlighter. Even if he was not a peak hunter, Lu Yin would not be able to easily withstand a single attack from him. Realms were not the only criteria for determining strength. Kong Shi was a peak hunter, but in terms of power she could not compare to Zirong. Up until now, Lu Yin had always used the Yu secret art to divert attacks from opponents who were stronger than him. He had never faced Yen Gemini Ghost, or even the enlighters from before with his true power. Those people were far stronger than him, so there was no shame in that. However, now that he was facing Zirong, he did not want to retreat. Cultivate, and refine one's body. What he cultivated was strength, and what he cultivated was his heart. Without the heart of a powerhouse, he would not be able to reach the peak no matter how strong he was. Zirong only had one attack, but it had opened up Lu Yin's heart that had been sealed away for a long time. He growled and once again used the Sky Beast Claw to meet the attack head-on. He attacked again and again in a futile attempt to destroy the blade light. Kai Jianxiang looked at the ground in amazement. There were very few explorers who could survive Zirong's attack and even resist. Even when the 10 arbiters had been explorers, they might not have been able to do as well as this person. Zirong still maintained his posture of slashing downwards as he stared at the ground. Inexplicably, the void froze and a strange power reverberated, causing both Kai Jinqiang and Zirong's hearts to palpitate. Underground, Lu Yin raised a hand and pointed at his finger. With a bang, the blade light finally shattered and blood flowed out. Lu Yin's finger had almost been shattered. The effects of finger tap had appeared. If he had not practiced finger tap before, then even if he could have shattered the blade light, he would have lost his finger. Crack. In the distance, the mountain range was split open, and invisible attacks constantly sliced through the ground. Ordinary cultivators could not even approach this area, and the void was filled with blade light. Lu Yin panted heavily, but his lips curled up. He had caught it and he had managed to catch it. This was the first time he had truly clashed with a Hunter Realm genius. Although his opponent had not used his full strength, neither had Lu Yin. The Yu's secret art could have easily diverted the blade light, but Lu Yin had not used it because he wanted to feel Zirong's willpower. Now he finally felt it, and Lu Yin would not change his mindset in battle. In the future, if he fought against an enemy like Zirong, he would still use the Yu's secret art and other external items. However, his cultivation was no longer lost. He had a feeling that he had gained a lot today and it would have a great impact on his future. It was not an increase in his cultivation, but rather a sublimation of his heart. Clap, clap. Kai Jinqiang looked down at Lu Yin from the ground and clapped. Alliance leader Kai Jinqiang rarely admire anyone. You are one of them. Zirong also walked to the side of the crater and looked down at Lu Yin. Zirong rarely admire anyone either. You are one of them. Lu Yin smiled and simply bandaged his finger. With Shamrock Enterprises' special medicine, his finger would quickly recover. He leaped back to the ground and looked around. Countless rune lines lingered in the void, which meant that the remaining power of Zirong's attack was still present. Lu Yin was a little afraid. If Zirong's attack had been just a little stronger, then it would not have been as simple as an injury to his finger. You didn't use your full strength. Lu Yin smiled at Zirong. Zirong shrugged. I just wanted to see the power of the Outerverse's famous Lu Yin. It's not like I wanted to kill you. Why? Do you want to give me a taste of your own medicine? Lu Yin replied, no need. My attacks are useless against you. His strongest attacks were the Dream Finger and the Sky Beast Claw, but those combined attacks had only been able to break through Zirong's blade light. They had not been able to injure Zirong. As for his spiritual force, Lu Yin's spiritual force was indeed very strong, and he estimated that it could rival the 10 arbiters. However, Zirong's willpower was extremely firm, and it was hard to say if it would be effective. Zirong grinned as he thought so as well. This guy is really asking for a beating. 7th bro, you two. You almost died, the monkey taunted mercilessly. He was also afraid. Chapter 754. Lu Yin looked at Zirong and then at Kai Jinqiang. You two know each other? Kai Jinqiang nodded. I've met him a few times when I was young, and we can be considered to have gotten to know each other through fighting. Zirong grumbled. That bastard beat our generation into submission. Even the 10 arbiters back then. No, the 10 arbiters didn't exist back then. Even the youth council members weren't his match. I was just unlucky as I was a member of the Outerverse Youth Council and I was beaten up by him. You're a member of your generation's youth council? He's a member of the Outerverse Youth Council, Zirong corrected. Do you know Kong Shi? Lu Yin asked. Zirong replied, I've heard of it, but I'm one generation older than Kong Shi. I'm from the same generation as Kai Jinqiang, and Kong Shi is from the younger generation. Then why is her power level higher than yours? Zirong's mouth twitched and he looked away. This guy didn't know how to chat. Kai Jinqiang laughed. Kong Shi is a member of the previous generation's Outerverse Youth Council, and Lu Yin is just a member of the previous generation's Outerverse Youth Council. It's just like the difference between Wendy Yushan and the 10 arbiters. Although it's not that exaggerated, there's still a difference. However, the difference is only in terms of power level. If they really fought, Kong Shi might not be his match. Zirong rolled his eyes. Don't talk about the difference in status. Our generation of youth council members were all about the same level of strength, unlike now. Any one of the 10 arbiters can sweep away the previous generations of youth council members. Someone like me doesn't even have the qualifications to make one of the 10 arbiters act. Yes, the times have changed. Even I can't deal with those monsters from the 10 arbiters. Kai Jinqiang sighed. Lu Yin looked at Kai Jinqiang curiously. Come to think of it, I've never seen you use your full strength before. You're synonymous with invincibility in this generation. Kai Jinqiang waved his hand. I'm about the same as this guy and there's not much of a difference between us. Don't listen to others' nonsense. Compared to cultivation, I'm more interested in lock breaking. Zirong snorted. Alliance Master Lu, don't be fooled by this guy. His true strength is enough to scare a bunch of people to death. It's not like he hasn't beaten up an enlighter before. Don't spout nonsense. Kai Jinqiang glared at Zirong. Lu Yin sighed in amazement. Lu Yin had actually beaten up an enlighter, which meant that Lu Yin hadn't relied on any external objects. If that was already amazing, then how strong would Lu Yin be once he broke through to the enlighter realm? Now that he thought about it, this person might be similar to the 10 arbiters and he might even be a benchmark. If he could fight against Kai Jinqiang, then Lu Yin's strength might be close to the 10 arbiters. When he thought about this, Lu Yin grew excited. Lu Yin had always been uncertain about the 10 arbiters' strength. During the chaotic battle in the Daoist sect's ruins, Lu Yin had either been beaten up or rescued by the 10 arbiters, and he hadn't been able to retaliate against Night King Zhenwu at all. Now that there was a benchmark in front of him, Lu Yin would look for this benchmark to verify his strength once he grew stronger. Kai Jinqiang took out 3 jars of wine from his cosmic ring, which were actually jars. It's been a long time since I've drunk to my heart's content. Cheers. This is a cup. Zirong's eyes widened. Kai Jinqiang happily drank a mouthful and wiped the corner of his mouth. Don't be ignorant. This is the best wine I've obtained from a planet that had just broken free from slavery. You can't buy it anywhere else. Lu Yin took a sip, feeling the spiciness choking his throat. It was very refreshing and there was a soft sweetness to it. It felt like a fire was burning in his stomach, but it quickly cooled down. It was a very contradictory feeling, but it was very comfortable. Good wine. You know your stuff. Kai Jinqiang admired Lu Yin more and more. He would not serve wine to anyone he did not recognize. Zirong took a sip. Not bad, not bad. Where did you get it? Kai Jinqiang replied, I'm not telling you. Why not? You're from the Amethyst Trading Company. If I tell you, this wine will be very common. Isn't that even better? You'll be able to drink it more often. Things are precious when they're rare. That has nothing to do with food or drink. He's talking about things. It's the same principle. What a blockhead. He's obviously talented in cultivation, but he likes to lock break. He hasn't achieved anything in his entire life. It doesn't matter. Lu Yin drank another mouthful of wine and watched the two bicker. He actually felt a sense of tranquility. He had only met these two by chance, but they got along very well. Hey, tell me. I don't interfere with trading companies, you know that. Zirong looked at Kai Jinqiang expectantly. Kai Jinqiang glanced at him. I remember that you don't like to drink. Why are you asking for the source so enthusiastically? Why aren't you telling the trading company? Zirong grinned and took a big gulp. Lu Yin put down the jug. I rarely drink. Feels good. Kai Jinqiang smiled. Whenever I'm having trouble lock breaking, I'll drink a little. Getting drunk will solve 1,000 worries. I don't want to use star energy to resolve them. Lu Yin looked at Kai Jinqiang. Tell me the truth. Why are you so obsessed with lock breaking? Kai Jinqiang looked forward to it. It's a dream. Dream my ass. You just don't want to lose to your brother. Kai Jinqiang lowered his voice. That was the case at first, but when I succeeded in lock breaking for the first time and saw something that had been sealed away by the universe for countless years, I felt like I was fighting with the universe for a treasure. Those who don't lock break will never understand this feeling. He then looked at Lu Yin with bright eyes. I really wish that I had your lock breaking talent, but, sigh. This person really did like lock breaking. Lu Yin didn't know how to comfort him. Lock breaking talent? Did he have it? He didn't know. He relied on his serious art, his eyes, and his control of star energy. Kai Jinqiang wasn't bad at all, but he just couldn't lock break well. Who could he blame? What a sin. Lu Yin looked at Zirong. Why don't you want to interfere with the company's matters? Zirong took a sip of wine. It's too annoying. How can it compare to the joy of cultivation? Kai Jianxiang explained, he's just afraid of being annoyed, so he doesn't practice any other techniques. He just focuses on the 1,000 army slash. It's just one slash, but he's been training it for dozens of years. Lu Yin was stunned. It's not because of his willpower. It's because he's lazy, Kai Jianxiang mocked mercilessly. Zirong retorted, don't spout nonsense. He definitely has willpower. Otherwise, how could he have persisted for dozens of years? Lu Yin was speechless. He felt like his worldview had been flipped upside down. Everything was inevitable and had a cause and effect. Zirong had been training the 1,000 army slash for dozens of years, and even if he was lazy he still had great willpower. It was just that this motivation was annoying. Lu Yin had almost worshipped Zirong's willpower, and his blood had turned cold. There were some things that couldn't be said out loud as they weren't true at all. One could only imagine. Alliance leader Lu, I know why you're here, but I'll tell you clearly that I can't represent the Amethyst Company. I can't help you with your matters with Aegis, Zirong said. Lu Yin wasn't surprised as he knew that this was inevitable the moment he saw the 1,000 army slash. It's fine. Your sister has helped me quite a bit. Zirong suddenly approached Lu Yin and glared at him. Don't even think about my sister. She's going to marry a scholar in the future. Lu Yin blinked. I'm a scholar. Just because you can read doesn't mean you're a scholar, Zirong said in a low voice. Lu Yin didn't know how to respond. Was he supposed to compose a poem on the spot? It didn't take long for the three of them to finish all 3 jugs of wine. None of them used star energy to dispel the effects of the alcohol, and it was obvious that they were drunk. Kai Jianxiang hugged a jug of wine as he tried to lock break, crying and complaining about something. Zirong slashed out again and again with his blade. Lu Yin didn't know if he was drunk or sleepwalking. Lu Yin collapsed to the ground and tried to recall the past, but he couldn't remember anything that had happened 9 years ago. He only had memories of the past 9 years. He had spent a year with Big Sis and the others, and he had lived peacefully on Earth for more than a year. In addition, he had cultivated for nearly 7 years. These were the only memories he had. He was like a rootless duckweed, and Earth could barely be considered his root. The next day in King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin rubbed his head. He had drunk too much yesterday, but fortunately he knew how to return. Star energy circulated around his body, clearing his mind and making him feel much more comfortable. He didn't know how those two were doing, but one was frantically lock-breaking while the other was crazily swinging his blade. They wouldn't randomly start fighting, right? Fortunately, he had left first. When he reached the courtyard, Gavin requested an audience with an anxious and excited expression. Good news, Your Highness. Goddess Luo has come to Xenu Star. Would you like to meet her? Gavin asked excitedly with a strange look in his eyes. Lu Yin was puzzled. Goddess Luo? Who? Gavin was shocked. You don't know Goddess Luo? She's the most popular celebrity in the Outerverse, the Jade Goddess. She's famous throughout half of the Outerverse. Haven't you heard of her? Lu Yin shook his head. What does a celebrity have to do with me? Gavin lowered his voice. Goddess Luo wishes to meet a friend on Xenu Star. If Your Highness is interested, I can invite her to perform a private dance for Your Highness. With Your Highness' current status in the Outerverse, I believe that Goddess Luo will not refuse. Lu Yin looked at Gavin in astonishment. There was something wrong with the old man's expression. Was he trying to force Lu Yin to take advantage of him? Lu Yin laughed. Is she that beautiful? Even Sir Gavin can't control himself? Gavin smiled. You must be joking, Your Highness. I don't have the fortune to see Goddess Luo's dance alone. Right. He then activated his gadget and a girl appeared on the screen. Please take a look, Your Highness. This is Goddess Luo, the Jade Goddess chosen by the Amethyst Trading Company. Lu Yin looked over and was astonished. He was truly stunned by her beauty. The girl on the screen looked to be in her 20s. Her blonde hair reached her waist and she was gentle but not dazzling. Her appearance was refined and pure, and she had an indescribable charm. She had a faint smile on her face that made her seem like an angel. Even Lu Yin, who had seen beauties like Ming Yen, Bai Shui and Madame Nailan, felt that Goddess Luo's beauty was rare. She was different from any other beauty he had seen before. This girl had an intoxicating appearance and a healing smile. Her smile seemed to be able to illuminate even the darkest corners. Gavin looked at Lu Yin carefully and saw that his eyes were bright. He whispered, "Your Highness, would you like to meet her alone?" Lu Yin looked away. "Can I meet her alone?" Gavin replied, "Of course not, but with your Highness's status I can invite her." He then opened up the other pictures of Goddess Luo. Lu Yin had only been looking at her appearance and had been stunned by her beauty. He hadn't paid much attention to her figure, but it had to be said that all beauties had good figures. This Goddess Luo was no different. Her pure appearance did not match her chest. Her breasts were huge. Chapter 755. Suddenly Lu Yin barked, "Stop." Gavin paused and looked at the screen. It was still Luo Xian, but this time it was a picture of her with someone else. Lu Yin stared at the corner of the photo, where a silhouette filled him with both disbelief and delight. It was a side profile of a woman, and even though it was only a side profile, it didn't hide her beauty at all. He was instantly captivated. It was Bai Shui. "Where is this Luo Xian?" Lu Yin asked anxiously. Gavin smiled. "There's no need to rush, Your Highness. Allow me to arrange it." Lu Yin glanced at him sharply. "Speak." Gavin shivered, sensing that something was wrong with Lu Yin. "She's at the Amethyst Trading Company." Luo Xian has been the Amethyst Trading Company's Jade Goddess for the past 5 years, and she's also their spokesperson. This time she'll be performing at Xenu Star's Amethyst Trading Company to promote the company. Lu Yin's body vanished as he headed towards the Amethyst Trading Company. The Amethyst Trading Company was currently packed with people, and Luo Xian was famous throughout the Outerverse. Her beauty had stunned even Lu Yin, let alone others. Even women were attracted to her. Due to Luo Xian's arrival, the entire Amethyst Trading Company was in an uproar. Security was raised to the highest possible level, but it still couldn't stop the crazy crowd. Countless people held up pictures of Luo Xian and shouted crazily. Her fans filled every corner, and even the staff of the Amethyst Trading Company looked towards the top floor in anticipation, hoping that Luo Xian would appear so that they could get closer to her. At the top floor of the Amethyst Trading Company, in Xianxian's office, Luo Xian was sitting on a pink sofa lazily. "It's so comfortable, Xianxian. You're so relaxed." "I'm so busy." Xianxian sat behind her desk and casually replied, "What's there to be relaxed about? Big bro keeps bothering me. It's so annoying." Luo Xian giggled. "Big bro Zifong has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. At most he'll scold you a bit, but he won't do anything to you." Xianxian raised her head. "If he dares, second brother will skin him alive." At this point, Xianxian frowned and looked towards the window. There was a beautiful figure there. Where did second brother go? The figure turned around, her beauty causing the office to brighten up. "I don't know." Luo Xian looked at the beautiful figure in a daze. "Sister Violet's now brother Zirong always reports to you wherever he goes. Why didn't he report to you this time?" The woman called Violet Snow replied indifferently, "I have nothing to do with him." Xianxian rolled her eyes. "Forget it. Wherever you go, my second brother will follow. You can't even shake him off. Sister Zixia, just give in. When will you call him second sister-in-law?" Hee. Zixia did not respond. She looked outside with a complicated gaze, but she did not let the two girls behind her see it. At this moment there was a knock on the door. Xianxian frowned. "That's strange. Who is it? I already said that we're not receiving guests today." "It's me," Lu Yin said. In an instant at the windowsill, Zixia's body trembled, but no one noticed. Xianxian was shocked. "Lu Yin? What are you doing here?" Luo Xian stood up and curiously looked at the door. Lu Yin was a name that had spread throughout the Outerverse along with the legends. She had heard of him countless times and had even seen his picture before. He was one of the most powerful people in the Outerverse, and he was the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master. "May I enter?" Lu Yin asked. Xianxian rolled her eyes. "Come in." The door opened and Lu Yin saw Xianxian first. Then he saw Luo Xian sitting on a pink sofa. Seeing her in person gave him a different feeling than seeing her in the picture. Luo Xian was sitting upright and Lu Yin was stunned once again. However, he had not come here to look for her. He glanced past her and looked at the windowsill. There was a beautiful figure with her back facing him. Even though they had not seen each other for many years, Lu Yin could not forget her. Bai Shui, the person who had left Earth with him but had been taken away by the Hidden Earth Society. Lu Yin and Bai Shui were not very familiar with each other, nor did they have any emotional entanglements. However, Bai Shui had left Earth with him and he had always been worried about her. Zhang Dingtian was in the Starfall Sea and there was no news of Zhou Xian or Surizen. Lu Yin stepped into the office and looked at the windowsill. There the woman called Zixue turned around and calmly looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin said, "Long time no see, Bai Shui." The office fell silent for a moment and then Xianxia said, "Bai Shui? Were you talking to Lu Yin?" Lu Yin just stared at her, his appearance unchanged. He suddenly recalled Zhou Xian's description of Bai Shui back on Earth. Her beauty was like the clouds in the sky. Luo Xian blinked curiously, looking at Lu Yin and then back at the windowsill. "Alliance leader Lu, you've got the wrong person. My name is Zixue, not Bai Shui," the woman at the windowsill said. Her tone was indifferent and she gave off an unapproachable feeling. Lu Yin frowned. "Zixue? You're not Bai Shui?" Zixue indifferently replied, "No." Xianxia's eyes flashed and she said, "You've got the wrong person, Lu Yin. She's Zixue and she's my second brother's fiancée." Luo Xian's interest was piqued. Can't be, right? Was brother Zirong's fiancée related to this legendary Lu Yin? Was sister Zixue the Bai Shui he was talking about? Had she lost her memories and been rescued by brother Zirong? Countless scenarios flashed through her mind, and she looked at Lu Yin sympathetically. Lu Yin refused to believe that this woman was exactly the same as Bai Shui. "Did you lose your memories?" Zixue frowned. "No, my name is Zixue. It's been my name since I was young." "You weren't born on Earth?" Lu Yin still didn't believe her. Zixue grew impatient. "Alliance leader Lu, I'll say it one last time. My name is Zixue, not Bai Shui. I haven't lost my memories." Lu Yin stared at Zixue's face in disbelief. Xianxian walked out and blocked Lu Yin's path. "Lu Yin, I can prove that sister Zixue hasn't lost her memories. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, please leave." Lu Yin looked away. How could this be? The two of them looked exactly the same and their names were both Zixue. So she hadn't lost her memories? Could her memories have been tampered with? It wasn't impossible. He looked at Zixue. "Can we talk alone?" Xianxian was furious. "Lu Yin, you've gone too far. Sister Zixue is my second brother's fiancée. Do you think it's appropriate for you to meet her alone?" Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and an enormous pressure descended, causing Xianxian to feel suffocated. "I'm talking to her." Suddenly, another enormous pressure descended, condensing into a radius of 1 meter that viciously slammed into Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and he moved to dissolve the pressure. Zirong's figure appeared in front of him and he was glaring at Lu Yin. "Alliance leader Lu, what are you trying to do?" Lu Yin took a deep breath. "Sorry, I lost my composure." Zirong stared at Lu Yin, and his eyes narrowed as he looked at Xianxian. "What is it?" Xianxian explained what had just happened. Zirong was astonished and he said to Lu Yin, "Alliance Master Lu, I can assure you that Violet Snow is Violet Snow, not Bai Shui. You've got the wrong person. Her memories have not been lost nor have they been tampered with." Lu Yin and Zirong looked at each other for a moment, and then he looked at Zixue and apologized. "I think I really did get the wrong person. My apologies, Brother Z." He then left absent-mindedly. Xianxian was indignant. "What kind of person is he? I thought he wasn't bad, but he tried to hit on her just because she was pretty. He even tried to use force." Zirong replied, "Don't spout nonsense. Alliance leader Lu isn't that kind of person." "What, are you familiar with him?" Xianxian rolled her eyes. Zirong sighed. "He's a genius and I even drank with him yesterday. I'm pretty good at judging people, so he really did get the wrong person. Xianxian, don't mind him." Xianxian snorted. Zirong nodded at Luo Xian and then walked over to Zixue. "Sorry for startling you." Zixue indifferently replied, "It's fine. Don't mind him. Alliance leader Lu probably got the wrong person. Zixue was indifferent. It doesn't matter. Zirong looked at Zixue's beautiful face and his gaze burned. He had liked this girl for many years, and he had been deeply attracted to her ever since he had first met her. Zixue Xianxia interrupted him before he could finish. Second brother, we're all here. Be careful what you say and don't disgust us. Zirong turned around and glared at Xianxia, but he didn't say anything else. Qingshan had admitted that the Hidden Earth Society had taken Zhang Dingtian and the others to the Innerverse, which meant that Bai Shui was most likely in the Innerverse. As for Zixue, he had just done some research and found that she had been adopted by the chairman of the Amethyst Company, Zi Tianchuan. She had been in the Outerverse for a few years now, but no one knew anything about her past. Lu Yin still didn't believe that this girl wasn't Bai Shui, and he had to investigate thoroughly. How could there be two people who looked so similar? Right, Luoxin and Luoxing. Although they weren't the same person, Bai Shui's title back on Earth was Luoxing, which was very similar to this Luoxin title. Zirong had come to Xinyu Star to protect Zixue and Luoxin. In just 2 days, the Amethyst firm had finished setting up the stage for Luoxin's performance. This was a habit of the Amethyst firm. They would perform on an outdoor stage within the firm. As for publicity, they had already done so a month ago, and many people had come to Xinyu Star for Luoxin's performance. Lu Yin didn't disturb Zixue for the next 2 days, as he was researching the Amethyst firm. That night, Luoxin's performance began in front of everyone's eyes. Lu Yin sat in the front row, and beside him were a few important figures from the Great Eastern Alliance. Some of the merchants who had worked with the Amethyst firm were seated in the second row. Luoxin's name had spread throughout half of the Outerverse. Aside from her appearance, her dance was also the reason why she attracted so much attention. Her dance was so mesmerizing. Lu Yin had originally come to observe Zixue, but as Luoxin's dance unfolded, he was drawn in. Luoxin turned around and smiled. She had a jade flute, white clothes and blonde hair. There was only one person on the stage, but her dance was like a celestial melody. Everything around her seemed to disappear as a beam of light illuminated Luoxin and Lu Yin. He felt as if only he and Luoxin existed in this world. There was no one else. This wasn't a trading firm's stage but rather a heavenly palace. The pearls spun, the constellations swayed and the vines of the flowers swayed. Her bright eyes shone through her long white sleeves, revealing a trace of gentleness and shock that reverberated in the depths of one's soul. Chapter 756. Lu Yin had never thought that someone's dance could mesmerize him. He wasn't the only one who was mesmerized. Everyone was mesmerized by Luoxin's dance. There were hundreds of thousands of spectators but no one made a sound. They were all engrossed in Luoxin's dance. At this moment, there was only one ray of light between heaven and earth, and that was Luoxin. Everyone felt that only they were looking at Luoxin. Seventh bro, something's wrong. The monkey's voice suddenly rang out and Lu Yin woke up from his stupor. He was shocked to find that the sky was filled with rune lines. He couldn't see anyone and there was no indication of their power level, but the rune lines filled the sky and covered the entire Amethyst Trading Company. It's poisonous gas, the monkey roared. The rune lines in the sky suddenly descended, about to cover everyone. Lu Yin's eyebrows twitched as the amount of rune lines represented by this poisonous gas surpassed that of a hunter. Even a space-exploring powerhouse would die if they came into contact with this gas, let alone a normal person. He immediately took out a rebound bead and leapt into the air to absorb the poisonous gas. At the same time he shouted, "Everyone leave." Luoxin's dance had been interrupted, which made everyone unhappy. However, when they realized that it was Lu Yin who had spoken, they all froze in place. "Everyone leave immediately." Lu Yin roared once more as he released his domain to search for the person who had released the poison gas. Zirong walked out from the backstage with a solemn expression. In the sky, the poisonous gas was absorbed by the rebound pearl and did not descend. In the corner, a pair of vulture eyes stared at Lu Yin and the rebound pearl in his hand. "It can actually absorb my poison. As expected, it's not that easy to deal with." Countless people ran out of the trading company, but there were simply too many people. It was not that easy for hundreds of thousands of people to evacuate. Lu Yin wanted to use his star energy to blast everyone away, but a number of rune lines suddenly erupted outside the store and a chill descended. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. This feeling was coming from Feng Zi. An assassin from Aegis had actually appeared at this time. He put on his universal armor and looked to his right. Boundless rune lines flashed past. A blood-curdling scream tore through the air as blood spurted out from the crowd and dyed the ground red. The assassin directly slaughtered the ordinary people. Lu Yin was furious. There's an assassin. With a bang, the Aegis assassins hidden in the crowd were blocked. The 13 Imperial squadrons appeared and cooperated with the Amethyst trading firm to protect the crowd as they evacuated. Zhou clenched his fists, his eyes filled with rage. Aegis, how dare you! At the same time, in outer space, ordinary spacecraft began to transform, revealing their weapons and aiming them at Xenu Star. The stars attack, and the three rings attacks. Aegis's attack, Stars's. Xenu Star exploded with power, and the captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons made their moves. Aiden Huiqingshan and Yan Yan stepped into outer space. The entire Xenu Star was in chaos. Aegis had not only mobilized assassins, but also independent cultivators and mercenaries. Not only did they want to deal with Lu Yin, but they also wanted to destroy Xenu Star and let the entire Outerverse know how terrifying they were. Teat estes in, is him, teat est, ofs of them. Yes. This person once set a record for slaughtering 100 billion people in the shortest amount of time. He even destroyed an entire region. He's extremely difficult to deal with, Phantom Thorn said gravely. Lu Yin's scalp went numb as this type of poison was the most terrifying. Just find me a poison master, you don't have to worry about anything else. Understood. Sly Stab disappeared. Lu Yin scanned his surroundings and saw that everything was in chaos. Zhou had also made his move and Xianxia, Shui and the rest were backstage. They had also been attacked by the assassins. The 13 Imperial squadrons had already surrounded the trading company, but Lu Yin saw that rune lines were also exploding in the outside world. Xenu Star was in chaos at this moment. Inexplicably, Lu Yin looked up into outer space and saw boundless rune lines appear. It was an enlighter and he had seen such rune lines before. Lord Egret and Aegis attacks had been swift and fierce, and both assassins and enlighters had attacked at the same time. Lord Egret appeared and pressed down on Xenu Star with a single hand. With Xenu Star's protective barrier, it would be very difficult for it to withstand an enlighter's attack. Aiden gritted his teeth and charged into outer space. Thunder Mountain Technique, Thunder Shield. With a loud bang, Aiden was sent flying by Lord Egret's palm strike and smashed into the ground. He then leapt out once more as he had once blocked an enlighter realm astral beast in Iron Bloodweave, so he had some experience. Lord Egret was shocked. He had assumed that only Lu Yin would be able to stop him, and he would have to rely on external items. He had never expected that someone else would be able to stop him. Within the trading company, a blade flashed and 3 assassins were cut in half at the waist. Zhou looked at Lu Yin. Be careful. Lu Yin was still using the rebound pearl to absorb the poisonous gas when black hair wrapped around his feet and bound his ankles. After that, Lu Yin felt powerless, as if his vitality had been sucked away. His face changed. An expert. He reached out and pressed down with his hand, using the sky beast claw to tear apart the hair. Following the strands of hair, Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw a tall figure constantly changing positions. Its magistrate ranked 4th on the assassin rankings, Zhou reminded him. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Poison Master, Magistrate, Feng Zi and Aegis had 6 top-tier assassins. They couldn't all be here, right? There was a cry of alarm, and the Amethyst Trading Company's expert who had been protecting Zhou Xian clutched his neck as he fell to the ground. Countless blades descended and stabbed towards Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian's face went pale and she looked at the sharp blades in despair. Zhou raised a hand and swung his blade, severing all of the blades. Aegis, how dare you? Are you trying to start a war with the Amethyst Trading Company? His words were ineffective as Lu Yin could see rune lines approaching Zhou Xian in the void. It was also poisonous gas. Aegis' goal this time wasn't just to deal with Lu Yin, but also to establish their might. Luotian's influence in the Outerverse was great, and Aegis wanted to kill her on Xenu Star and ruin the Great Yu Empire's reputation as well as that of the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin's figure flickered as he appeared on the stage and used the rebound pearl to absorb the poisonous gas once more. He then grabbed Luotian and tossed her to Zixue, who was not too far away. Zirong was truly enraged and he swung his blade once more, killing several more assassins. His strength was unstoppable, but Aegis had sent assassins. No matter how strong Zirong was, it was useless if they couldn't find him. Lu Yin did not expect Zirong to be of much help, as Aegis had its own ways of stalling him. Right now his only headache was Poison Master. Poison Master would not stop his poison, and Lu Yin was constantly running for his life. Beneath his feet, the long black hair coiled around him once more, attempting to absorb his vitality. Lu Yin tore the hair apart once more, but this time things did not go as smoothly. There was actually a brand of 8-line battle force imprinted on the hair. Lu Yin's face changed and the battle force imprinted long hair pierced out like a spear. In the nick of time, Lu Yin activated his serious art and tilted his head. His long hair pierced through the air and his strength pierced through the entire trading company. The aftershocks even shot into outer space. Lu Yin felt a lingering fear. If he had not avoided that attack, then even if his universal armor protected him from death, his brain would have been shaken to the point of dizziness. Behind him, the judge appeared and his long black hair wrapped around Lu Yin from all directions. The black hair was imprinted with 8-lined battle force and Lu Yin hurriedly retreated. At that moment an icy chill descended and Yen Yen appeared as well. The ice transformed into a spear that stabbed towards the judge, and the 5-ringed ice plum blossom froze the long hair and shattered it. The judge glanced at Yen Yen before retreating. His figure vanished and even his rune lines could not be seen. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Yen Yen asked. Lu Yin coldly replied, "Freeze the Amethyst Trading Company. Don't let anyone escape." "Then what about your safety?" "I'm fine. Freeze them immediately." Lu Yin barked. His finger pierced through the neck of an assassin and he casually tossed the corpse aside. What he feared the most was that the Poison Master would use poison against Xenu Star. That would be the end of him and nothing could happen to Xenu Star. Yen Yen soared into the sky, his entire body enveloped in a cold aura. Shortly after, the Amethyst Trading Company was sealed in layers of ice. From the outside, it looked like the entire street was covered in ice. Zirong sternly said, "Alliance Master Lu, let Luotian and the others leave first." Lu Yin solemnly replied, "They can't leave for now. Don't worry, I'll protect them." Zirong wanted to say something else, but there was a strange sensation above his head. He raised his blade and slashed down, killing 2 of the assassins. The entire Amethyst Trading Company was filled with the stench of blood. Not only were Luotian and the others trapped, but most of the hundreds of thousands of onlookers were also trapped. Lu Yin had no choice as he could not allow the Poison Master to leave. If Aegis lost its mind and allowed the Poison Master to attack Xenu Star, then it would not just be the hundreds of thousands of people who would die, but hundreds of millions or even billions. Another advantage of being sealed in ice was that the shockwaves from the battle would not spread out. Otherwise, any random attack from these experts would be enough to overwhelm Xenu Star. Behind Lu Yin, the long black hair imprinted with 8-lined battle force pierced towards him once more. This magistrate seemed to be the main force against Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he turned around and tapped out with a finger. The long black hair pierced towards Lu Yin, but Lu Yin used the secret art to redirect it. Lu Yin's finger was about to hit the magistrate, but a smile flashed through the magistrate's cold eyes. They had tried to assassinate Lu Yin, so how could they not have investigated the matter? The magistrate was the main force against Lu Yin because of his speed. Just as the finger was about to hit Lu Yin, the magistrate's body flickered. Even though his finger had frozen the void, he was still moving further and further away from Lu Yin. At that moment, Lu Yin's lips curled up. He bent his finger and formed a fist using the Day-Night Punch. The Day-Night clan's battle techniques could unleash spiritual force attacks, and Lu Yin estimated that his spiritual force was comparable to that of the 10 arbiters. White and black intertwined with each other in this punch, causing the magistrate's expression to change. His entire body sank into a state of endless spiritual conflict. He spat out a mouthful of blood and quickly retreated. Lu Yin tapped out with another finger and this time he froze the void. The magistrate was unable to dodge and his heart was pierced through. There was a thump as his entire body crashed into the layer of ice, causing it to crack. The scene of Lu Yin injuring the magistrate shocked Zhou Xian. The magistrate was a peak hunter but his attack had been redirected. This was the might of a secret technique that could turn something rotten into something magical. But could that punch have been a battle technique from the Daoist clan? After injuring the magistrate, Lu Yin did not give him any time to catch his breath. He attacked once more. This sort of assassin excelled at preserving their own lives, so Lu Yin had to finish him off immediately. Lu Yin's guess was correct, but he had still underestimated the magistrate. As one of the top assassins on the hitman rankings, his survival techniques were extraordinary. The magistrate had long since buried his hair into the ground, and the moment Lu Yin had injured him, he had used his hair to absorb everyone's vitality. Chapter 757. The strands of hair were thin and small so no one noticed them. Nearly 10,000 of the hundreds of thousands of people present were entangled by the hair and instantly lost their vitality, turning into dried corpses. These were all ordinary people who could not even be considered cultivators, so they could not resist the judge's ability to absorb their vitality. Lu Yin's eyes widened. You dare. The judge was trapped in the ice, and the vitality of nearly 10,000 people was absorbed into his body through the hair. When he saw Lu Yin's palm strike, he raised a hand and met it head-on. There was a loud bang and the judge was once again sent into the ice. The ice shattered, but Lu Yin was not in a good condition either. He was forced back several steps and his 30 stacks hundredfold shockwave palm had actually been reflected back, causing his right arm to feel weak. When he looked up, Lu Yin was shocked to see that the judge's body was imprinted with a purplish-red battle force that was accompanied by red streaks. This was 9-line battle force. The judge had absorbed the vitality of 10,000 people and raised his battle force to 9-line battle force. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. In front of him the judge sneered. His figure flickered and when he reappeared he was already in front of Lu Yin. His hair pierced out and his 9-line battle force shocked Lu Yin. He activated the Yu secret art and directly changed the direction of the hair's attack. However, the judge had suffered a loss before, so how could he not be prepared? Countless strands of hair imprinted with 9-line battle force pierced through the void towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin was struck by the countless strands of hair, and his body was sent flying before crashing into the ground. The judge charged forward again, and his hair extended into the void and stabbed towards the ground. Suddenly the hair's attack changed direction and a blade of light tore through space. The hair blocked the blade of light, causing dazzling sparks to fly. The judge was continuously pushed back by the blade of light, and with a loud bang the blade of light shattered. However, Zhou Xian's second blade of light appeared once again, and the judge's gaze turned cold as his figure flickered and disappeared. Zhou Xian's blade of light viciously slashed at the ice, causing it to tremble. It cut through most of the ice but it was not completely severed. Zhou Xian was shocked as there was actually someone in the Great Yu Empire who could block his blade of light, and this person was also a hunter. Outside the ice, Yan was also shocked as this blade had almost broken through his ice. This was a rare powerhouse. Yan thought about it and continued to seal the ice as he could not allow the battle to spread out. Underground, Lu Yin was panting for breath. If not for his universal armor, then he would have been finished. Lu Yin leapt to his feet and began to search for the judge as soon as he saw the blade slash across the ground. He didn't find the judge, but he saw rune lines approaching Violet's now and Luotian from underground. Zhou Xian seemed to be facing some kind of threat. His expression was grave but he didn't discover anything. Lu Yin didn't dare to warn them, as he was afraid that the underground assassin would speed up his attacks. However, he forgot that he was the biggest target of the assassins. As soon as he moved, the underground assassins knew that they were exposed. They did not hesitate to assassinate Luotian. The blade flashed with a cold light. It was Fengzi. Zhou Xian turned around and shouted, "Stop!" Luotian watched helplessly as the blade descended upon her. Suddenly, a blue layer of ice appeared in front of her, It was violet snow. The blade slammed into the ice and shattered it, but the ice successfully delayed the blade's attack. Lu Yin arrived just in time to pick up Zhou Xian and toss her away a second time. He pressed down on the ground with one hand, and there was a loud boom as he unleashed multiple attacks without holding back. The entire ground was shattered, but Fengzi was still nowhere to be seen. Assassins were best at concealment and camouflage, and they also had power vessels that could hide their rune lines. Even Lu Yin felt that it was difficult to deal with them. Aegis had made ample preparations this time, and even with Xinyu Star's current strength and Zirong's help, they were still caught in a difficult battle. In outer space, Aiden was sent flying once more. He had lost count of how many times he had blocked Lord Egret's attacks, and even his thunder shield was starting to feel exhausted. It was not as easy as when he had blocked the in lighter realm astral beast back in Iron Bloodweave. Lord Egret was in a rather bad mood. A hunter had blocked his path, and it was as if the hunter couldn't even break through his shield's defenses. Where had this freak from the Great Yu Empire come from? Lord Egret was an enlighter. Within the Frozen Trading Company, many of the assassins seemed to have realized that they couldn't deal with Lu Yin, especially the judge. He had not held back in that attack, and even a hunter should have died, but Lu Yin was still alive and kicking. His external defenses were too ridiculous, and since they couldn't deal with Lu Yin, they had to use their backup plan. The judge's figure flickered and he appeared beneath the layer of ice. He growled and imprinted 9-lined battle force into his hair before attacking the layer of ice with all his might. Even if Lu Yin didn't die, they would destroy Xinyu Star and let the entire Outerverse know the consequences of offending Aegis. The layer of ice continued to crack, and outside, Yan Yan's expression was solemn as he continued to reinforce the layer of ice. The judge's attacks grew stronger and stronger, and suddenly, a shovel appeared beside him and slammed into him while he was completely unprepared. The blind monk had entered. Lu Yin relaxed when he saw the blind monk. If the blind monk could enter, then it meant that the chaos on Xinyu Star had been quelled. Fortunately, he had left behind the Hunter Realm captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons to guard against Aegis. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to quell the chaos on Xinyu Star in such a short time, and ordinary cultivators would not have been able to find those assassins. Another blade slashed out, and Zirong appeared beside Violet's now and Zhou Xian. His eyes were cold and his expression was vigilant. Lu Yin scanned his surroundings. Cries of agony filled the trading company, and tens of thousands of people had been killed or injured. There were also many hidden assassins, but the most important ones were the poisoner, the judge, and Fengzi. These assassins would definitely not let him go. An assassin's principle was to flee as far as they could if they missed their target. However, at this moment, the Aegis assassins were determined to establish their dominance, and they had no intention of giving Lu Yin any time to catch his breath. Fengzi appeared again, and Lu Yin turned around and swatted out with his sky beast claw, shattering Fengzi's blade. Cold blades appeared from all directions and enveloped him. Lu Yin was puzzled. The judge's attack had not killed him, so Fengzi should have known about his defensive capabilities. Why had he still attacked? Unless there were other hidden assassins. Just as he thought about this, Lu Yin's mind went blank and everything in front of him changed. He appeared in a spacecraft in outer space and the sounds of battle shook the heavens. He saw a familiar scene. This was the border of the Astral River. In the distance, the giant ark had yet to arrive, and all sorts of powerful enemies had appeared around him. Big Sis and the others were fighting with all their might, but they had left him alone in the spacecraft. One familiar figure after another fell into a pool of blood in outer space. Some had been torn to pieces and not even a corpse remained. Lu Yin's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared as he tried to escape. He was very strong now and he could fight in lighters. He could help Big Sis and the others, but no matter how hard he tried he could not escape. His strength had completely disappeared and he had returned to being a normal person who had never cultivated. He once again experienced the feeling of helplessness and despair. His mind suddenly became clear, and the voice of the Stonewall scriptures echoed in his mind. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. Not good, it was an illusion. There were still other top assassins. His vision went blank again and he returned to the trading company. Everything that had just happened seemed like a second, but in front of him, There were strands of hair imprinted with 9-lined battle force and countless cold blades. There was also an even more terrifying stream of air. 3 attacks descended and viciously struck Lu Yin. The Poison Master, the Judge and Feng Zi had joined forces to attack Lu Yin under the cover of an illusion. This attack was difficult for even an enlighter to withstand, and Lu Yin was once again blasted into the ground. Zirong saw this and his expression changed. Lilac Snow saw this and she clenched her fists. Luo Xin, the blind monk and many others had also seen this. Would Lu Yin still be alive after facing the combined attack of 3 top assassins? At this moment, Phantom Stinger, who had been hiding all this time, finally discovered the Poison Master's tracks. His dagger transformed into a white lotus that flashed past the Poison Master, leaving behind a trail of blood. The Poison Master then disappeared again. Phantom Stinger's piercing cold light also disappeared. He did not know what had happened to the Poison Master and he did not even know where his attack had landed. The Poison Master was indeed worthy of being the number 2 assassin. He had not been ranked solely based on the number of people he had killed, and his ability to preserve his life was also top-notch. The Judge and Feng Zi did not linger, and they both disappeared at the same time as they chased Lu Yin underground. They did not know what had happened to Lu Yin and if possible, it would be best to cripple him instead of kill him. After all, death was not the most terrifying punishment. Hurry up and help him. Lilac Snow shouted as she looked at Zirong anxiously. Zirong's eyes flashed, but before he could move, a powerful light flickered from underground. This light had come too suddenly, and it was so bright that it caused ripples in the void. It illuminated the trading company, the entire Xenu star and even the heavens, which attracted Lord Egret's attention. The next moment, a beam of light shot out from Xenu star into outer space, causing it to tremble and the void to crack. Lord Egret was shocked. What a terrifying attack. If he had been the one to take that attack head-on, it would have been difficult for him to survive. This attack had been enough to break through his defenses. Within the trading company's ice layer, Feng Zi looked at the left side of his body in disbelief. Half of his body was gone, and he had been unable to resist that beam of light. This beam of light had come from underground from Lu Yin. To the side, the Judge felt his scalp go numb, and his figure flickered as he disappeared. Underground, Lu Yin faced upwards and put down the money bomb. He had used up the last one, but it was a pity. Super Flash Rush, the tear bomb, was indeed effective. If not for the sudden flash of light, then even the money bomb would not have been able to hit Feng Zi. This assassin's ability to dodge was too strong. Killing Feng Zi in one blow had removed a threat. Lu Yin leaped out of the ground once more and many people were stunned. Even Zirong was astonished. Lu Yin's ability to preserve his life was unparalleled. If Zirong had been the one to take on that combined attack, he would have been in grave danger as well. This person really did have a power vessel that could defend against Enlighter's attacks. Was it that universal armor? With this power vessel, Lu Yin was practically invincible. Your Highness, are you all right? Phantom Sting appeared and asked in a low voice. Where's Poisoner? Lu Yin scanned his surroundings looking for an assassin. I don't know. I injured him, but I don't know how serious his injuries are. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he panted heavily. The one who attacked you just now was the 8th-ranked assassin, Unparalleled Beauty. She has a strange appearance and she has both a human head and a snake head. He's good at creating illusions, so be careful. Phantom Sting then disappeared. Lu Yin sneered. Aegis was really generous. Just one assassination and 4 of the top 10 assassins had come. How ruthless, how ruthless. In outer space, Aiden withstood another attack, but his entire body was sent flying like a meteor. Lord Egret did not want to waste any more time with Aiden, so he directly attacked Xenu Star. However, Aiden gritted his teeth and withstood the attack. Lord Egret was convinced. Aren't you afraid of death? Aiden had long since activated his 9-lined battle force, or else he would not have been able to last so long. Kill me if you can. Chapter 758. Lord Egret's eyes turned cold and his expression suddenly changed. He turned around and attacked, shattering the space around him. Incomparably violent star energy surged out as if a giant monster was descending from afar. Lord Egret's face turned solemn. Aiden and the others also sensed it, and this violent energy shocked them. What was even more shocking was that this energy did not surpass the limits of a hunter's realm. An absolute powerhouse had descended. Lord Egret was about to speak when a figure in front of him struck out with a palm. The palm had a dark luster and contained an incomparably violent energy. Lord Egret instinctively dodged, but a deep darkness appeared where he had been standing as the void was shattered. The aftershocks rippled out and touched Lord Egret, causing his eyelids to twitch. What a ferocious palm. You're the Lord Egret who fought with Saul? A voice rang out from nearby and Kai Jinqiang appeared. Lord Egret stared at Kai Jinqiang. So it's you. Kai Jinqiang clenched his right fist. If not for you, Source Peak Planet might not have ended up in such a miserable state. Today I'll make you pay the price. 9-lined battle force erupted from his body, and there was an explosion as Kai Jinqiang vanished. Lord Egret growled, "Arrogant brat." His body glowed with a white light, and the phantom of a heavenly egret appeared above his head. This was his innate gift, but he had not used it against Aiden. The egret's main purpose was not to attack but rather to defend. Kai Jinqiang pressed down with a palm. Heart-tempering palm. The palm's strength was so violent that even the heavens could not withstand it. Layers of pressure formed as the palm slammed down in all directions. The palm pressed down on Lord Egret's head, but it was blocked by the white light. Brat, you underestimate me too much. I'm an enlighter with a power level of 260,000, and I once cultivated in the Innerverse before returning. I'm not someone who those enlighters in the Outerverse can compare to. Flying bird smashing 1,000 mountains. Kai Jinqiang was sent flying by the enormous force. Lord Egret's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand. One bird after another spread their wings and soared towards Kai Jinqiang, Aiden and Xinyu Star. This was Lord Egret's true power, and Kai Jinqiang made him feel threatened. Kai Jinqiang turned his body and broke away from the impact of the flying bird. He looked at Lord Egret and smiled. As Overlord White Egret saw Kai Jinqiang's smile, he had a bad feeling. In the next moment there was a stuffy cough and his complexion changed. He quickly fused the starry sky egret phantom into his body, a trace of blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. What kind of battle technique is this? Lord Egret looked at Kai Jinqiang in shock. His heart had been damaged. Kai Jinqiang dodged the flying birds. The heart-tempering palm comes from ancient times. How many palms can you withstand? Lord Egret wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I've underestimated you. Unfortunately, you won't be able to defeat me with just this battle technique. Aiden rushed over again, his thunder shield expanding infinitely. The flying birds crashed into the thunder shield one after another, forcing him to retreat continuously. Kai Jinqiang leaped over the lightning shield and raised his hands. His arms continued to press down and countless heart-tempering palms erupted, blasting towards Lord Egret. A bird flew out from Lord Egret's palm towards Kai Jinqiang, but it was still blocked by the thunder shield. Strangely, the thunder shield did not block Kai Jinqiang's heart-tempering palm. This was a one-way block. Lord Egret could only choose to dodge or block. It was obvious that Lord Egret did not want to take the heart-tempering palm head-on, so he had no choice but to retreat. Kai Jinqiang was a berserk spear while Aiden was a sturdy shield. The combination of spear and shield left Lord Egret helpless. Not long after, Lord Egret disappeared and left. In the distance, Xianxia, who had been watching the battle, stared at the sky in astonishment. Aside from Lu Yin, Xinyu Star still had a power that could defeat an enlighter. The Great Yu Empire had truly risen. Lord Egret's departure meant that this attack had come to an end. Aiden was free to enter Xinyu Star and enter the Frozen Trading Company. He was one of the few powerhouses who could change the outcome of a battle. Aegis clearly understood Aiden, as the moment Aiden had entered, the Aegis assassin had already prepared to retreat. Zirong had been careless, and he had relaxed when the Aegis assassin had retreated. However, Lu Yin saw rune lines fill the void and wrap around Luotian. This was not a poisonous gas but rather an illusion. Unparalleled Beauty had actually used an illusion to attack Luotian. Lu Yin rushed over, grabbed Luotian and threw her out for the third time. At the same time he followed the rune lines and saw Unparalleled Beauty. She had actually disguised herself as a corpse whose life force had been absorbed by an infernal judge, and she had been lying not too far away from Luo Shan and the others. Lu Yin's hand transformed into a claw as the sky beast claw pressed down. Unparalleled beauty could no longer disguise herself, and she stood up and glared at Lu Yin with cold eyes. At the same time, a giant python emerged from the ground and bit at Lu Yin. The python's body was connected to unparalleled beauty, and she had two heads, a human head and a snake head. Lu Yin did not dodge and allowed the python to swallow him. Unparalleled beauty was shocked, as she had not expected Lu Yin to be swallowed so easily. But the next moment her expression changed and she howled in pain. The python's body was corroding from the inside out. She had been poisoned. Lu Yin tore apart the python's body and casually sprinkled the remaining poison from Elder Wu onto Unparalleled Beauty. Unparalleled Beauty's body was corroded by the poison, and she was unable to dodge it. Her body was simultaneously struck by the poison and rapidly corroded. Her howls echoed throughout the trading company. Zirong and the others watched on as Unparalleled Beauty turned into a puddle of blood and disintegrated, leaving nothing behind. Another top-tier assassin had died. The remaining Aegis assassins suddenly gathered together under someone's command and attacked the layer of ice. Coupled with the poison gas from the judges and poison masters, the layer of ice was unable to withstand the onslaught for a while, and a hole was created in it. Many of the assassins managed to escape despite Yan Yan's efforts to block them. The moment the poison masters left the layer of ice, they immediately released poison gas that quickly spread out in all directions. Lu Yin grew anxious, and he hurriedly used the rebound pearl to absorb the gas while Aiden and the rest exterminated the remaining assassins in the trading company. After a while, everything returned to normal and only a mess was left behind. Zenithstar's most bustling street had been completely destroyed. The layer of ice had melted, and the flowing water had diluted the blood as it flowed into the sewers. The remaining 200,000 or so people who had been trapped had managed to escape, and many of them were crying as they rejoiced that they had not died. On the ground, corpses were strewn all over the place. A good performance had turned into such a mess. Lu Yin calmly floated in the sky, surprisingly not enraged or feeling any other emotions. He and Aegis had always been enemies and nothing should come as a surprise to them. This debt would be repaid one day. Zirong, on the other hand, was furious. Aegis had tried to assassinate the Amethyst Trading Company, destroying it and even attempting to assassinate Luo Shan multiple times. This was a slap to the Amethyst Trading Company's face, and Aegis had gone too far. Gavin, Garop, and the rest of the Great Yu Empire's upper echelons had all arrived to placate the citizens. There were also many spacecraft wreckage and cultivator corpses in outer space that needed to be dealt with. Lu Yin ordered that no news of this incident spread. Aegis would definitely spread the news and they might even secretly record a video. Lu Yin could not stop them and he could only do his best to minimize the losses. He looked down at the ruins of the Amethyst Trading Company and coincidentally met Lilac Snow's gaze. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. During the chaotic battle, Luo Shan had been protected by Lan Bing, and Lan Bing was Bai Xue's innate gift. He was certain that this Lilac Snow was Bai Xue, and he decided to descend to talk to her. Lilac Snow saw Lu Yin approach and turned to leave. Lu Yin wanted to chase after her, but Zirong stopped him. Zirong's expression was ugly, but he could not vent his anger on Lu Yin. If not for Lu Yin, Luo Shan would have already died in that ambush. However, Lu Yin was also the reason for the ambush, so Zirong did not know what to say. Alliance Master Lu, Amethyst Trading Company has never participated in power struggles. This conflict between you and Aegis has led to the destruction of our trading company. How do you plan on compensating us? Lu Yin apologized. I'm sorry, I'll take responsibility. Zirong nodded and did not say anything else. He admired Lu Yin and it was rare for them to drink so happily together. Lu Yin wanted to look for Lilac Snow, but Zirong blocked his path. Lu Yin had no choice but to leave. Not too far away, Luo Shan hurriedly chased after Lu Yin to thank him, but she was stopped by Zirong again. Brother Zirong, I'd like to thank Alliance Head Lu, the Luo Shan said in a crisp voice as she looked at Lu Yin. Her eyes were filled with curiosity and a different meaning. She had just been rescued by that man 3 times and she had also been hugged 3 times. No one had ever hugged her like that before and it felt so comfortable. You're not allowed to go and you're not allowed to have anything to do with him, Zirong refused mercilessly. Luo Xian felt wronged. Brother Zirong, he saved me 3 times. Shouldn't I thank him? This ambush was also because of him. It's only right that I protect you. There's no need for that. Luo Xian pursed her lips and watched Lu Yin's figure disappear from under Zirong's shoulder. Lu Yin returned to King Zishan's palace and activated his gadget to contact Madame Nalan. Madame Nalan appeared very quickly. Xinyu Star was ambushed by Aegis, Lu Yin said directly. He was not surprised. That's Aegis style, so it's not surprising. Didn't your highness already know that Aegis would attack Xinyu Star? But I didn't expect the ambush to be so powerful. 4 of the top 10 assassins in the Outerverse are here and the rest are at least 100. They're all over Xinyu Star, massacring civilians and creating chaos. There are also mercenaries, independent cultivators, and the Enlighter Lord Egret in outer space. This is no longer an ambush but a war, Lu Yin said solemnly. She smiled. Your Highness, you don't seem to be injured. Are you angry? How can I help you? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Tell me about Aegis. I need to know more about their secrets. Her eyes flashed. Your Highness, the 4 conglomerates do not interfere with each other. That's the rule. You can buy information from Amethyst Trading Company as that's what they do. Even if they tell you, Aegis won't be able to do anything about it. Aegis will be on guard if I go to Amethyst Trading Company, and they'll definitely try to hide the secrets that Amethyst Trading Company can tell me. It's meaningless, but I hope to learn some things that even Amethyst Trading Company might not know. Chapter 759. She shook her head. I'm sorry to disappoint your highness. If even the Amethyst Trading Company doesn't know, then it's even more impossible for me to know. What I can tell you is limited. Then tell me what's limited. Don't worry, I just want to know what's going on. If the information you tell me can help me deal with Aegis, then the organization would have ceased to exist a long time ago. Madame Nalan thought about it and then helplessly said, All right, your highness, listen carefully. She paused for a moment before continuing seriously. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Outerverse launched a large-scale cleansing operation. No one knows exactly who started it or why, but the target was the entire Outerverse assassin organizations. More than half of the Outerverse assassin organizations were wiped out, and the largest assassin organizations were the most important ones, so they were naturally wiped out as well. However, the leaders of those assassin organizations managed to escape. They were the ones who founded Aegis, and that's the origin of Aegis. Those people were very smart, and they knew that if they allowed the assassin organizations to grow too powerful, they would be surrounded again. Thus, they established a bodyguard company on the surface and trained mercenaries in order to make a fortune out of war. Those people were the founders of Aegis, and they were also the leaders. No one knows exactly how many people there were, but they took turns being frozen. Every 100 years, one of them would be revived and manage the organization for another 100 years before being frozen again. The next person would take over and take over. They were the true managers of Aegis. Those people were very smart and they didn't turn Aegis into a closed organization. Instead, they recruited members of the board of directors, making them the second highest level of management. Those who were recruited were either from large families or corporations. After so many years, no one knows exactly how many families or corporations have joined Aegis. These people joined because they wanted to borrow Aegis's strength and also to avoid being assassinated by Aegis. Even my Nalan family is part of Aegis' second management. Lu Yin was shocked. Madame Nalan had described the development and structure of a colossal organization to him. Aegis was a gathering of the power of many families and corporations in the Outerverse. When the Innerverse and Outerverse were connected, they did not dare to expose themselves for fear of being attacked by the Innerverse. Now that the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, they could do whatever they wanted because their power had expanded to a certain extent. It was no wonder that so many forces in the Great Eastern Alliance were willing to work for Aegis. The Allied forces had eliminated more than 100 forces, and all of them had joined Aegis' second management. There are roughly a few thousand people in the second management level of Aegis. They are unable to decide the direction that Aegis will take, but they can influence Aegis in certain ways. For example, they can assassinate a family member or they can support which side is involved in a war and so on. Most importantly, Aegis can borrow their strength to accomplish certain things, such as smearing the Great U Empire's name in front of the Great Eastern Alliance or getting certain powers in the Eastern Weaves to unite and resist the Great Eastern Alliance. These are not difficult tasks for Aegis, Madame Naylan explained. That's why, Alliance Master Lu, I've told you before that you should avoid provoking Aegis as much as possible. Provoking Aegis is equivalent to provoking hundreds or even thousands of organizations in the Outerverse. After so many years, they've already gotten used to Aegis' existence and they're used to Aegis doing shady things for them. If you make Aegis your enemy, then those organizations will naturally make you their enemy as well. No wonder Aegis has the ability to worship Lord Egret. They must have a lot of wealth. Madame Naylan smiled faintly. Your Highness, are you tempted? Lu Yin looked at her. Who's the current highest manager of Aegis? Star Fox. He was the leader of an assassin organization tens of thousands of years ago, and it's been nearly a century since he was the one who unsealed Aegis. All of the decisions regarding you were made by him and he's very cunning. Have you interacted with him before? Lu Yin asked. She shook her head. No, we've only exchanged a few words. After all, our Naylan family is also a member of the second management team. If I destroy Aegis, will it be a great loss to your Naylan family? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Madame Naylan smiled. If your Highness can destroy Aegis, then feel free to try. My Naylan family can still bear such a small loss. However, I still have to advise your Highness once more. The enemy is in the dark while we're out in the open. If you fight to the death, only the side that's out in the open will suffer losses. Lu Yin nodded and ended the call. Lu Yin did not care about the commotion in the outside world. He was pondering over Madame Naylan's words while waiting for Aegis to contact him. To Aegis, this attack was a show of strength and they would definitely be eager to contact Lu Yin and force him to submit. The person who would contact him would definitely be the same person from last time. Lu Yin did not have to wait long before an unfamiliar call came through. It was a voice call. Lu Yin accepted the call. Your Excellency Lu Yin, do you like the gift we sent you? The deep voice asked, still as cold as ever. Lu Yin replied indifferently, not bad. Feng Zi and Mei Wushuang's corpses have some research value. The voice fell silent for a moment. But they're useless, so there's no harm in giving them to your Excellency for research. This is the second time we've contacted you. Have you thought it through? Will you be an enemy or a friend of Aegis? Same question. Why do you want North Castle Weave? Lu Yin asked. I won't answer your Excellency's question. I just need your Excellency to answer this one question. Are you an enemy or a friend? The cold voice was still arrogant. Lu Yin laughed. Does Aegis want to be my enemy or my friend? It seems that your Excellency still doesn't understand the situation. Xenu Star can withstand the attack, but I wonder if the other planets in the Great U Empire can do the same. Have you heard of the Poison Master's battle records? The cold voice chuckled and then hung up. Lu Yin lowered his hand, his expression gloomy. The Poison Masters had set the record for poisoning 100 billion people to death in the shortest amount of time. They were also the killers who had killed the most people. With this record, even though they had not reached the peak of the Hunter realm and their assassination techniques were not as powerful as the Infernal Judges, they were still ranked second. Aegis was unscrupulous. Since that was the case, there was no need for Lu Yin to follow the rules. The enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. Phantom Sting. Phantom Sting appeared behind Lu Yin. Your Excellency. Contact the old smoker, Lu Yin said. Phantom Sting was shocked. Your Excellency, the old smoker has to pay a high price for his actions. I know, but I have everything he needs. Feel free to contact him, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Phantom Sting nodded and disappeared. No one knew the old smoker's name or background, and no one knew whether he was a man or a woman. The only information that had been leaked was that he had assassinated the Blaze Realm's master and escaped unscathed. He was the #1 assassin on the Outerverse assassin list. The Blaze Realm was the leading power of the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, one of the Innerverse 8 Great Flow Zones. No one knew how many experts there were in the Blaze Realm or how powerful the Blaze Realm's master was, but one thing was for certain. The Blaze Realm had more than one enlighter. The old smoker had been able to infiltrate the Blaze Realm and assassinate the Blaze Realm's master. Even though he had failed in the end, he had still managed to escape unscathed. This assassination had shaken the entire Innerverse and Outerverse, and it was because of this that the old smoker had become the #1 assassin on the Outerverse assassin list, a position that no one had been able to shake for many years. The old smoker's price was not star crystals or star essence, nor was it a weapon, a battle technique, or a power vessel. Instead, it was something that could help him avoid danger. A natural treasure. After his confrontation with Aegis, Lu Yin had looked up the Outerverse assassin list and was especially interested in the old smoker. What the old smoker needed was exactly what Lu Yin had. He could say without exaggeration that no one in the Outerverse was more suitable than him to request the old smoker's help because he had many natural treasures. Hiring an assassin to deal with another assassin was Lu Yin's bottom line, and Aegis had violated it. Lu Yin did not intend to play by the rules, and he wanted the Outerverse #1 assassin to panic once more. Not long after, Phantom Sting appeared. Your Excellency, the old smoker has agreed to help. He wishes to speak with you personally. Lu Yin looked at the screen in front of him. It was pitch black and faint white smoke would occasionally drift past to form 2 words. Target. The second assassin, the poisoner, Lu Yin said. 5 natural treasures that can help you avoid danger. The white smoke formed words again. Alright, but I have to say that the natural treasures I gave you must be used up as soon as possible. They were all obtained from unlocking source boxes, so they cannot be left outside for too long. Otherwise they will dissipate. The white smoke drifted for a while before forming words again. Alright, but if you go back on your word you will not be able to live, the old smoker warned Lu Yin. The words then disappeared along with the screen. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. Do you think the old smoker can kill the poisoner? The poisoner killed 100 billion people in the past and caused panic in the Outerverse. Even the Innerverse sent experts after him, but they still couldn't deal with him. Yes, Phantom Sting replied with certainty. Lu Yin smiled. That's good. The old smoker's price was indeed high. It would take at least 100,000 or even 200,000 years for a natural treasure to reach a level where it could avoid danger. No one would sell such a natural treasure, and it would be very difficult to obtain 5 of them. This was probably why no one had asked the old smoker to assassinate the poison master. Of course, the large organizations wouldn't pay such a price for the sake of ordinary people. In their eyes, it didn't matter how many ordinary people died. Lu Yin didn't have much, but he had plenty of natural treasures. If he didn't have enough, Bushtree Planet still had some. However, these natural treasures had to be used up as soon as possible, as they would dissipate after 10 years. He had 22 of these natural treasures in his cosmic ring, enough to hire the old smoker 4 or 5 times. Aegis, if you want to play then I'll play with you. Have you checked Feng Zi's body? Lu Yin suddenly thought of something. Phantom Sting replied, yes, but I didn't find anything out of the ordinary. What about the power vessel that can avoid detection? This was what Lu Yin was most concerned about. He needed to know what method the Aegis had used to avoid rune lines. Phantom Sting replied, I didn't find it. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity, but he wasn't disappointed. If it was so easy to find, then it wouldn't be one of the top 10 assassins. A few days later, Minister Garop requested an audience. Garop didn't look too well. He had been dealing with the aftermath and hadn't rested much. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.